The screen opens to darkness, accompanied by Emily's voice, trembling yet resolute. I never thought I'd be betrayed by the two people I trusted most, my father and my grandmother. The moment I saw them together, everything I believed about family shattered into pieces. But this isn't just my story. It's the story of how love, lies, and betrayal can destroy everything you hold dear. Quick flashes appear. Evelyn's trembling hands clutching Daniel's in a dimly lit cabin. Linda sobbing at the dining table, her tear-streaked face buried in her hands. Daniel pacing back and forth, his face tight with guilt. Emily walking out of the family home, slamming the door behind her as her voiceover adds, "How could they? How did it come to this? Let me take you back to where it all began." The camera transitions into a dining room bathed in a dim glow from a chandelier. A large wooden table sits in the center, adorned with untouched dishes of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and wine glasses, but no one is eating. The camera pans across the room. Daniel, sitting stiffly, his piercing blue eyes fixed on his plate. Evelyn, fidgeting nervously with her napkin, her emerald green eyes darting from side to side. Linda, seated at the other end, her face streaked with tears as she grips a tissue. Jake, wide-eyed and pale, looking to Emily for answers. Emily, standing at the head of the table, her hands pressed firmly on the surface, her knuckles white. The silence is so heavy it feels like the room might collapse under its weight. Emily's voice breaks through the quiet like a sharp blade. "How long has this been going on?" she demands, her voice trembling but fierce. Daniel's shoulders slump, and he glances up briefly, his face etched with guilt. Evelyn shifts in her seat, her lips parting as if to respond, but no words come out. Linda's voice trembles as she looks between the two. "What's she talking about, Daniel? Evelyn, what's going on?" Emily slams her hands on the table, causing the glasses to rattle. "Don't play dumb, Mom. I saw them. Together. Alone. In the cabin." Her voice breaks as she points at Daniel and Evelyn. "You've been lying to all of us." Linda's hand flies to her mouth as the words sink in. "No. No, this can't be true," she whispers, tears spilling down her cheeks. Evelyn finally speaks, her voice trembling. "Linda, it's not what it seems." "Don't you dare," Emily cuts her off, her voice rising with anger. "Don't you dare try to twist this into something innocent." She turns to her father, her eyes blazing. "And you, Dad, what's your excuse? You've destroyed Mom. You've destroyed all of us." Daniel exhales deeply, his voice low and strained. "It's complicated, Emily." Emily scoffs, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Complicated? You cheated on your wife with her mother. That's not complicated. It's disgusting." Linda rises from her chair, her movements shaky as she stumbles back. "I can't do this," she says, her voice barely audible. She looks at Daniel and Evelyn, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and heartbreak. "I can't believe this is happening. You've ruined everything." Evelyn reaches out toward her, but Linda steps back as if burned. "Don't touch me," she yells, her voice breaking. "You're no mother of mine. You're a liar, a homewrecker." Jake, who has been silent until now, finally speaks, his voice shaking. "Dad, Grandma, is this true?" Daniel's silence speaks louder than words. Jake's face crumples as he pushes his chair back, standing abruptly. "I can't believe this," he murmurs. "I can't believe you'd do this to Mom." Emily steps closer to Daniel and Evelyn, her fists clenched. "You've destroyed everything," she says, her voice cracking. "This family is broken because of you. I hope you're happy." Daniel looks up at her, his blue eyes filled with regret. "Emily, I never wanted to hurt anyone." "Stop," Emily snaps, her voice echoing through the room. "Don't you dare try to justify this. You made a choice, Dad. Both of you did." She turns to Evelyn, her tone icy. "And you're supposed to be our rock, the one who holds this family together. Instead, you've torn it apart." Linda grabs her purse and stumbles toward the door, her sobs audible even as she walks away. Before leaving, she turns back, her voice filled with anguish. "You've destroyed everything we built. I hope you're proud of yourselves." The door slams behind her, and the sound reverberates through the house like a final, damning judgment. Emily looks around the room, at Daniel, his head hung low, at Evelyn, tears streaming down her face, and at Jake, who stands frozen in shock. Her voiceover fades in as the screen darkens. This was the moment everything changed. But it didn't start here. It started long before, in ways none of us could have seen. Let me take you back to the beginning. The screen brightens to a sunny day in the family's backyard. Emily's voice softens as she narrates. "We looked like the perfect family. Dad grilling burgers, Mom laughing with Jake, Grandma sitting under the shade of the old oak tree. But even then, the cracks were beginning to show." The camera lingers on Daniel and Evelyn, sharing a glance across the yard that lasts a moment too long. The screen fades to black as ominous music plays, leaving viewers with a chilling cliffhanger. And that's where the unraveling began. The screen fades into a sunlit backyard, laughter filling the air. It's a picture-perfect family gathering on a warm summer afternoon. The camera pans over a neatly manicured lawn where a small group of people gathers around a barbecue grill. This is Emily's family, a group that, on the surface, seems like an unbreakable unit. Emily's voice narrates softly. "Looking back, it's hard to believe that a day like this, filled with laughter and love, could mask the cracks that were already forming. But that's the thing about families like ours. We were experts at hiding the truth." The camera zooms in on Daniel, Emily's father, flipping burgers on the grill with practiced ease. His salt and pepper hair glistens in the sunlight, and his broad shoulders give him an air of quiet authority. He glances up, smiling warmly at Linda, his wife, who sits at a nearby table, chatting with Emily and Jake, their 16-year-old son. Linda's laughter rings out, her dark brown hair catching the sunlight, her brown eyes sparkling with joy. Across the yard, Evelyn, Emily's grandmother, sits under the shade of a large oak tree. She's dressed elegantly in a floral blouse and slacks, a pearl necklace glinting against her neck. She sips iced tea from a tall glass, her emerald green eyes watching the scene with quiet satisfaction. Emily's voice continues. "That day we were celebrating nothing in particular, just being together. Dad manned the grill, Mom kept us laughing, and Grandma offered her usual sage advice. Jake, as always, teased me about my overly cautious ways. It was a perfect day, or so I thought." As the family gathers around the table to eat, Evelyn leans over to Daniel and whispers something. It's quick, barely noticeable, but Emily catches it. Her father laughs softly, and Evelyn's face lights up with a smile that lingers just a little too long. Emily's voiceover sharpens slightly. "It seemed innocent enough. Grandma said something funny. Dad laughed. But something about the way they looked at each other stayed with me. At the time, I told myself I was imagining things." Jake interrupts Emily's thoughts by nudging her arm. "Hey, stop daydreaming," he says with a grin, handing her a plate. "You're gonna miss the best burgers of Dad's career." Emily smiles, shaking off the uneasy feeling. Yeah. Keep dreaming, Jake." Emily's voice softens as the camera focuses on Evelyn. "Grandma had always been the glue that held us together. After Grandpa passed away, she became the one we turned to for advice, for comfort. She was my mom's best friend, Dad's confidant, and the world's best storyteller. She was the heart of our family, or so I believed." Evelyn leans over to Linda, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You've done such a wonderful job with this family, Linda," she says warmly. "You're a true inspiration." Linda smiles, her face flushing with pride. "Thank you, Mom. That means a lot." The scene shifts to later in the afternoon. Emily sits on the porch steps, watching Jake toss a frisbee to their dog. Her voiceover reflects her protectiveness over her family. "I've always been the observer, the protector. I liked keeping an eye on everyone, making sure they were happy. But that day, as I watched Grandma and Dad share another lingering glance, something inside me shifted. It was like a small alarm bell going off in the back of my mind. Evelyn approaches Emily, sitting beside her on the steps. "You're quiet today," she remarks, her voice gentle. Emily shrugs, just soaking it all in. Evelyn smiles, her green eyes studying Emily's face. "You've always been so perceptive. It's one of the things I admire about you." Emily's gaze sharpens, but she forces a smile. "Thanks, Grandma." As the sun sets and the gathering winds down, Emily notices Daniel and Evelyn talking by the oak tree. Their voices are low, their heads tilted close together. It's a fleeting moment, but Emily feels a pang of unease. Her voiceover carries the weight of her suspicion. "I told myself it was nothing. Dad and Grandma were close, always had been. But something about the way they stood, the way they whispered, felt off." Linda calls out from the patio, breaking Emily's thoughts. "Emily, come help me clear the table." "Coming, Mom." Emily replies, casting one last glance toward Daniel and Evelyn. Later that evening, Emily lies awake in her room, staring at the ceiling. The laughter and warmth of the day replay in her mind, but so does the image of Daniel and Evelyn by the oak tree. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "I didn't know it then, but that was the first crack in the foundation of our family. And soon, those cracks would become impossible to ignore." The screen fades to black as ominous music plays, leaving viewers with a sense of foreboding. The screen opens to Emily sitting on the edge of her bed, her journal open on her lap. The room is dimly lit, with soft moonlight streaming through the curtains. Her voiceover begins, reflective and somber. "They say hindsight is 20/20. Looking back now, I realize the signs were there all along. But in the moment, I wanted so badly to believe in the perfection of my family. I ignored the whispers, the looks, the subtle gestures, until I couldn't anymore." Emily closes her journal and sighs, her gaze shifting to a family photo on her nightstand, a snapshot of happier times. The camera lingers on the image of Daniel and Evelyn standing side by side, smiling brightly. The next day, Emily sits at the kitchen table, sipping coffee. Linda is bustling around, cleaning up after breakfast. Evelyn enters, unannounced, carrying a basket of muffins. "Morning, everyone," Evelyn says cheerfully, placing the basket on the counter. Linda smiles warmly. "Mom, you didn't have to bring anything." Evelyn waves her off. "Nonsense. I thought I'd stop by and spend some time with my favorite people." Emily watches the interaction closely. Evelyn's visits had become more frequent lately, almost daily. First it seemed sweet, but now it felt excessive. Her voiceover reflects her growing unease. Grandma always visited often, but lately, it was as if she never left. She'd arrive unannounced, bring gifts, stay for hours. It felt strange, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. Later that afternoon, Emily walks past Daniel's study and hears hushed voices. She pauses, her heart skipping a beat. Pressing her ear to the door, she recognizes Daniel's voice. "You can't just show up unannounced all the time," he says, his tone low but firm. Evelyn's voice follows, softer but insistent. "And you can't just pretend like nothing's happening. We need to talk." Emily's stomach churns. She quickly moves away as footsteps approach the door. Evelyn exits, her face tight with frustration. She notices Emily but quickly masks her expression with a smile. "Emily, darling, I didn't see you there," Evelyn says, her tone overly bright. Emily forces a smile. "Just passing by. Everything okay?" "Of course," Evelyn replies, brushing past her. But Emily notices the way Evelyn's hands tremble slightly as she clutches her purse. That evening, Emily finds Linda sitting alone in the living room, staring out the window. A cup of tea sits untouched on the coffee table. "Mom, are you okay?" Emily asks, sitting beside her. Linda sighs, her shoulders sagging. "I don't know, Emily. Something feels off. Your dad has been so distant lately. And Mom's been here so much. It's like she's watching us." Emily hesitates, unsure whether to voice her own suspicions. Maybe they're just stressed about something. Have you talked to Dad? Linda shakes her head. He brushes me off whenever I try. I just don't know what to think anymore. Emily places a hand on Linda's. I'm sure it's nothing, Mom. Don't worry. But deep down she isn't so sure. A few days later, Emily returns home early from work and notices Evelyn's car parked in the driveway. Curious, she steps inside and hears laughter coming from the kitchen. Peeking around the corner, she sees Evelyn and Daniel standing close, their heads bent over something on the counter. Daniel says something, and Evelyn laughs, placing a hand on his arm. The gesture lingers just a second too long. Emily's chest tightens as she quickly backs away, unnoticed. Her voiceover carries the weight of her suspicions. It was the little things, the way they stood too close, the way they looked at each other, the way their laughter felt private. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, Emily lies awake in bed, her mind racing. She replays every interaction she's witnessed. The whispers, the glances, the laughter. It feels like pieces of a puzzle falling into place, but the picture they form is one she doesn't want to see. Her voiceover is filled with turmoil. I wanted to believe I was imagining it, that I was reading too much into things. But deep down I knew something was happening between them. Emily gets up and paces her room, her thoughts spiraling. I need to know the truth, she whispers to herself. Whatever it is, I need to know. The screen fades to black as Emily's voiceover ends. That was the moment I decided to find out what was really going on. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to discover. The ominous sound of a ticking clock plays as the screen transitions to a scene of Emily standing outside Daniel's study, her hand hovering over the doorknob. The screen cuts to black just as she opens the door. The screen opens with Emily sitting at her desk, surrounded by scattered papers and her open laptop. Her face is tense, her hazel eyes scanning over the same sentence repeatedly as if trying to make sense of her swirling thoughts. Her voiceover begins, heavy with unease. By this point, the pieces were all there. Whispers behind closed doors, lingering touches, stolen glances. But I needed proof. I needed to know if what I feared was real. The truth was close, but I didn't realize how devastating it would be. Emily closes her laptop and leans back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Her mind replays the moments that led her to this breaking point. It's late at night, and the house is silent except for the faint creak of floorboards as Emily tiptoes down the hallway. She stops in front of Daniel's study, her heart pounding as she notices light streaming from beneath the door. Her voiceover reflects her inner turmoil. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I should go back to bed. But something pulled me forward, a quiet voice telling me I had to know. She presses her ear to the door and hears hushed voices. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up, Daniel says, his voice strained. Evelyn replies, her tone quiet but firm. We've come too far to stop now. We just have to be careful. Emily's breath catches in her throat. She backs away from the door, her mind racing. The next morning, Emily meets her best friend, Sarah, at a coffee shop. She sits across from Sarah, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug, her voice barely above a whisper. I think my dad and my grandmother are having an affair, Emily says, the words tasting bitter as she says them out loud. Sarah's eyes widen. Are you serious? That's insane, Emily. Emily nods, her voice trembling. I've seen them together, Sarah. The way they talk, the way they look at each other, it's not normal. Sarah leans closer. What are you going to do? I don't know, Emily admits, her shoulders sagging. But I need to find proof. I can't accuse them without knowing for sure. That evening, Emily helps Evelyn clean out her closet as part of a family decluttering project. As she sorts through a pile of old books and papers, she comes across a worn leather journal. Her voiceover reflects her hesitation. I knew I shouldn't open it. It wasn't mine to read, but something about it felt important. She flips through the pages, her eyes scanning handwritten entries filled with mundane details. appointments, grocery lists, until she finds a section that makes her stomach drop. "I can't stop thinking about him," one entry reads. "The way he makes me feel alive again. I know it's wrong, but I can't help myself." Emily freezes, the journal slipping from her hands. Evelyn walks into the room moments later, and Emily quickly shoves the journal into the pile, her heart pounding. A few days later, Emily returns home earlier than expected and hears Daniel on the phone in his study. His voice is low, almost a whisper. "I'll meet you at the cabin tonight," he says. "We can talk then." Emily steps back, her pulse racing. Her voiceover reflects her growing certainty. The cabin. That's where they've been meeting. It's not just in my head anymore, it's real. The following morning, during breakfast, Evelyn inadvertently lets something slip. "Daniel, do you have the keys to the cabin?" she asks casually, not noticing the way Emily's head snaps up. Daniel clears his throat, avoiding eye contact. "Yeah, I'll take care of it later." Emily's voiceover captures her realization. She didn't even try to hide it. That was the final piece of the puzzle. Whatever they were doing, it was happening at the cabin. And I had to see it for myself. That evening, Emily stands outside her house, her car keys in hand. Her voiceover is steady but filled with determination. "I couldn't ignore it anymore. I needed to know the truth. And if they weren't going to tell me, I'd find it myself." The screen fades to black as Emily's car pulls out of the driveway, heading toward the cabin. The sound of tires crunching on gravel is followed by ominous music, leaving viewers on edge. The screen opens with Emily driving down a dark, winding road. Her hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her hazel eyes scanning the barely lit path ahead. The car's headlights cut through the dense trees, casting eerie shadows that seem to close in around her. Her voiceover begins, filled with dread and determination. "Every instinct told me to turn around, to go back home and pretend I didn't know. But the need for answers was stronger than my fear. Tonight, I would finally learn the truth." The camera pans to her phone on the passenger seat. The GPS shows a blinking dot marking the location of the cabin. As Emily's car pulls into the gravel driveway, she turns off the engine and sits in the silence, her heart pounding in her chest. The cabin looms ahead, a small, weathered structure partially hidden by tall pines. The faint glow of light from one of the windows confirms that someone is inside. Her voiceover captures her growing anxiety. "I thought I was prepared for what I might find, but as I sat there staring at the cabin, I realized no amount of preparation could shield me from the truth." She steps out of the car, her feet crunching on the gravel, each step feeling heavier than the last. She makes her way toward the window, careful to stay hidden in the shadows. Peeking through the slightly open curtains, Emily sees Daniel and Evelyn sitting close together on the worn leather couch. They're talking in hushed tones, their body language intimate in a way that makes Emily's stomach twist. Evelyn places a hand on Daniel's knee, her fingers lingering there as she leans in. Daniel responds by placing his hand over hers, his face etched with concern. Emily's voiceover is barely a whisper. "It wasn't just in my head. It wasn't a misunderstanding. This was real. My father and my grandmother." Together, Evelyn's voice carries through the open window, cutting through Emily's spiraling thoughts. "Daniel, we can't keep this a secret much longer. Someone is going to find out." Daniel sighs, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "I know, but what do you expect me to do? It's not that simple." Evelyn shakes her head. "It's only a matter of time before Linda starts asking questions. And Emily. She's too smart not to notice something's wrong." Emily's chest tightens as their words confirm what she's been dreading. Tears sting her eyes, but she refuses to look away. Emily shifts her weight, accidentally stepping on a twig. The loud snap echoes in the quiet night, and she freezes. Inside, Daniel and Evelyn go silent. "Did you hear that?" Evelyn asks, her voice sharp with fear. Daniel stands, his gaze shifting toward the window. "Stay here. I'll check it out." Emily panics, quickly ducking behind a tree. Her breath comes in shallow gasps as she hears the cabin door creak open. Her voiceover is filled with panic. I thought I was careful, but now I was caught. My heart raced as I waited for him to find me. Daniel steps out onto the porch, his eyes scanning the darkness. After a moment, he shrugs and mutters to himself, "Must have been an animal." He heads back inside, closing the door behind him. Emily exhales shakily, her heart still pounding. Emily retreats to her car, her hands trembling as she fumbles with the door handle. She slides into the driver's seat and slams the door shut, her chest heaving as sobs break free. Her voiceover reflects her devastation. I had spent my whole life believing in the strength of our family, in the love that held us together. But tonight that illusion shattered. They weren't just betraying Mom, they were betraying all of us. She grips the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white. Tears stream down her face as she sits in silence, the weight of what she's seen pressing down on her. Finally, Emily starts the car and reverses out of the driveway, her headlights briefly illuminating the cabin one last time. As she drives away, the camera focuses on her tear-streaked face, her expression a mixture of heartbreak and anger. Her voiceover is steady but filled with resolve. I didn't know what to do next, but one thing was clear. I couldn't keep this to myself. The truth had to come out, no matter the cost. The screen fades to black as Emily's car disappears into the night. The ominous sound of her tires on gravel fades, replaced by a voiceover. What I had seen that night would destroy our family. But the worst was still to come. The sound of a door creaking open plays as the screen transitions to Evelyn sitting alone in the cabin, a worried look on her face. The scene cuts to black, leaving viewers with a chilling sense of anticipation. Emily sits in her bedroom, her face illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp. Her journal lies open on the desk, but her pen remains motionless in her hand. She stares blankly at the page, her mind racing. Her voiceover begins, steady but heavy with emotion. I had spent the night replaying everything I saw at the cabin. Every word, every glance, every touch between my father and my grandmother. It haunted me. I knew I couldn't keep this to myself, but the thought of saying it out loud terrified me. Emily shuts the journal and pushes it aside. She gets up and walks to her window, staring out into the dark, quiet street. As the night deepens, Emily paces her room, her mind flooded with questions. Her voiceover reflects her inner turmoil. How do you tell your mother that her husband and her mother are betraying her? How do you shatter someone's world like that? I didn't know if I had the strength to do it, but I couldn't let this continue. She picks up her phone, scrolling through her contacts. Her thumb hovers over Sarah's name. After a moment's hesitation, she presses the call button. Sarah answers after the second ring, her voice groggy. "Emily, it's late. Is everything okay?" "No," Emily replies, her voice shaking. "I went to the cabin. I saw them, my dad and my grandmother." "It's real, Sarah. It's all real." There's a pause as Sarah processes the words. "Emily, I don't even know what to say. Are you okay?" Emily laughs bitterly. "Not really. I don't know what to do. Do I tell my mom? Do I confront them? What if it makes everything worse?" Sarah's voice is firm. "Emily, you can't carry this on your own. Your mom deserves to know the truth. She deserves better than to live in a lie." Emily nods, even though Sarah can't see her. "You're right. I don't know how to say it." "You'll find the words," Sarah assures her. "You're strong, Emily. You can do this." The next morning, Emily joins her family at the breakfast table. Linda pours coffee, smiling warmly at everyone, completely unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. Emily's voiceover captures her inner conflict. Sitting there watching my mom laugh and talk like nothing was wrong made me sick. She had no idea that her husband and her mother were tearing our family apart behind her back. Daniel and Evelyn avoid Emily's gaze, their conversation light and forced. It's as if they can sense that she knows but are too afraid to acknowledge it. As the meal ends, Linda announces that she's heading out to run errands. She places a hand on Daniel's shoulder, smiling. I'll be back in a few hours. Don't forget to take the trash out. Daniel nods, his expression neutral. Of course. Emily watches as Linda leaves, her heart pounding. Her voiceover reflects her resolve. This was my chance. Mom wasn't here. It was time to confront them. As soon as the door closes, Emily turns to Daniel and Evelyn, her hands clenched into fists. I know, she says, her voice sharp and steady. Daniel freezes, his coffee cup halfway to his lips. Evelyn's eyes widen, her face paling. What are you talking about? Daniel asks, his voice cautious. Emily steps closer, her hazel eyes blazing. The cabin. Saw you. Heard you. How long has this been going on? Evelyn stammers. Emily, it's not what you think. Don't lie to me. Emily snaps. I know exactly what I saw. How could you do this? To Mom. To us. Daniel places his cup on the table, his expression grim. Emily, it's complicated. Emily laughs bitterly. Complicated? You betrayed Mom with her own mother. What part of that is complicated? Evelyn reaches for Emily, her voice pleading. Emily, please, you have to understand. Understand what? Emily cuts her off, her voice trembling with rage. That you've destroyed this family. That you've turned my life into a nightmare. What exactly am I supposed to understand? Daniel lowers his head, his voice quiet. I never wanted this to happen. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Emily's voice softens slightly, but her anger remains. Then why? Why would you do this? Don't you care about Mom? About us? Evelyn's eyes fill with tears. We never meant to hurt anyone. We didn't plan for this. It just happened. Emily shakes her head, tears streaming down her face. That's not an excuse. You had a choice, and you chose to destroy us. Emily steps back, her chest heaving with emotion. I can't do this anymore, she says, her voice breaking. You need to tell Mom. If you don't, I will. The screen fades to black as Daniel and Evelyn exchange a panicked look. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling statement. I thought confronting them would make me feel better. But I didn't realize this was only the beginning of the fallout. The sound of a door slamming echoes as the screen transitions to Linda returning home, her cheerful smile oblivious to the storm waiting for her. The screen opens with Linda returning home, her arms full of groceries. She hums softly to herself, her face relaxed and cheerful, oblivious to the tension waiting for her inside. As she steps into the house, she notices the silence. The usual warmth and chatter are absent. Her voice breaks the quiet. I'm home. Can someone help me with these bags? The camera shifts to the kitchen, where Emily stands rigidly, her back to the door. Daniel and Evelyn sit at the table, their faces pale and drawn. Linda steps into the room, her smile fading as she senses the unease. Is everything okay? She asks, setting the bags on the counter. Emily turns slowly, her hazel eyes filled with anguish. Mom, we need to talk. Linda looks around the room, her confusion growing. What's going on? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Emily takes a deep breath, her voice steady but filled with emotion. I found out something. Something you need to know. About Dad and Grandma. Linda's brow furrows. What do you mean? Emily hesitates for a moment, glancing at Daniel and Evelyn. I went to the cabin, Mom. I saw them. Together. They've been having an affair. The room goes silent, the weight of Emily's words hanging in the air like a thundercloud. Linda blinks, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. What are you saying? Daniel stands abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. Linda, let me explain. Explain. Linda snaps, her voice rising. Explain what, Daniel? That you've been cheating on me with my own mother. Her voice cracks as tears well up in her eyes. Evelyn reaches out, her tone pleading. Linda, it's not what it seems. Please. Don't touch me. Linda yells, stepping back. Her hands tremble as she presses them to her face. How could you do this? Both of you. How could you betray me like this? Emily watches helplessly as her mother crumbles before her eyes. Jake appears in the doorway, his expression confused and frightened. What's going on? He asks, his voice small. Linda turns to him, her voice shaking. Your father and your grandmother. They've been together. Jake's eyes widen, his face paling. Whoa, that's not true. It is, Emily says softly, her voice filled with sorrow. I saw them, Jake. I heard them. It's true. Jake stares at Daniel and Evelyn, his expression turning to anger. How could you? How could you do this to us? Linda grabs her purse and turns to the door. I can't stay here, she says, her voice trembling. I can't even look at you. Linda, wait. Daniel calls after her, his voice desperate. But Linda doesn't stop. The door slams behind her, the sound echoing through the house. Emily's voiceover reflects her heartbreak. Watching my mom walk out that door was like watching our family shatter into 1,000 pieces. And there was no way to put it back together. Evelyn looks at Emily and Jake, her green eyes filled with tears. You have to understand. I didn't mean for this to happen. I never wanted to hurt anyone. Jake glares at her, his voice filled with anger. Oh, just don't. You've destroyed everything. You don't get to play the victim. Emily stands silent, her chest heaving with emotion. You made a choice, Grandma. Both of you did. And now we're the ones paying for it. As the tension in the room reaches its peak, Emily takes a step back, her voice steady but filled with determination. This family may never recover from what you've done. But I'll make sure Mom knows she's not alone in this. She turns to Jake, placing a hand on his shoulder. Come on. Let's go find her. Jake hesitates for a moment, then nods. Together they leave the house, the sound of the door closing behind them marking the end of an era for their family. The camera lingers on Daniel and Evelyn, sitting in the silent kitchen, their faces etched with regret and fear. Emily's voiceover fades in. I thought exposing the truth would bring some sense of justice. But as I walked away that day, I realized the hardest part was yet to come. The screen fades to black as the faint sound of Linda sobbing plays in the background, leaving viewers with a haunting sense of anticipation for what's to come. The screen opens with Emily sitting on the front porch of her family's home, staring at the horizon. The golden hues of a setting sun cast a warm glow across her face, but her expression is far from serene. Her hazel eyes are troubled, her mind replaying the events of the confrontation with Daniel and Evelyn. Her voiceover begins. After the confrontation, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to uncover. As if the betrayal wasn't confined to what I already knew, but was part of a web of secrets far more complex than I could imagine. The cracks in our perfect family were growing, and I was determined to find the truth. She stands, brushing her hands against her jeans, and heads inside, her resolve visible in her posture. Inside, the air feels heavy. The once lively and warm home now feels like a shell of its former self. Evelyn has been avoiding Emily since the confrontation. Gone are her cheerful morning greetings and casual visits. Emily notices this absence and begins to piece it together in her mind. Her voiceover captures her growing suspicion. It wasn't like Evelyn to pull away. She thrived on control, on being the glue that held us together, or at least pretending to be. Her silence wasn't guilt. It was strategy. She was waiting, watching, planning her next move. That evening, Emily spots Evelyn leaving the house with an overnight bag. She watches from the living room window, her heart racing as she sees Evelyn glance nervously over her shoulder before slipping into her car. The next morning, Emily finds Linda unusually quiet. Normally cheerful and engaging, Linda now seems distant and preoccupied. She sits at the kitchen table, staring at her coffee cup, her fingers idly tracing the rim. "Mom, are you okay?" Emily asks, sitting across from her. Linda looks up, startled, as if she's been pulled from a deep thought. "I'm fine, honey. Just Tired. But Emily isn't convinced. Her voiceover reflects her concern. My mother wasn't just tired. She was carrying something she didn't want to share. It made me wonder if she knew more than she was letting on. Or worse, if she was protecting someone. Later that day, Emily finds Jake in the backyard, kicking a soccer ball against the fence. His movements are aggressive. His normally carefree demeanor replaced by frustration. "Hey Jake," Emily calls out. "Want to talk?" Jake stops, his blonde curls damp with sweat, and shrugs. "What's there to talk about?" Emily approaches cautiously. "About everything that's been happening. About Dad. About Grandma." Jake's eyes flash with anger. "What's the point? It's all screwed up. Nothing we say or do is going to fix it." Emily places a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe not. But ignoring it won't help either." Jake pulls away, kicking the ball harder. "I don't want to talk, Emily. Just leave me alone." Her voiceover reflects her pain. Jake was hurting, maybe even more than I was. But he didn't know how to process it. And I didn't know how to help him. That evening, Emily is cleaning out the pantry when she accidentally knocks over a stack of old receipts and documents. As she picks them up, her eyes catch a handwritten note tucked between two envelopes. The note reads, "Meet me at the usual spot. We need to talk before it's too late." Emily's heart races as she flips the note over, recognizing Evelyn's handwriting. Her voiceover reflects her shock. The note wasn't just evidence. It was a window into a secret life I was only beginning to understand. But what was the usual spot? And what did she mean by "before it's too late"? Later that night, Emily overhears a phone conversation in Daniel's study. His voice is low, almost a whisper as he speaks. "I told you we can't keep doing this," he says. "It's getting harder to cover our tracks." Emily's heart pounds as she presses her ear to the door, straining to hear Evelyn's voice on the other end. Her voiceover captures her dread. Every word felt like another dagger in my chest. The lies, the secrecy, it was suffocating. And the worst part, I still didn't know the full extent of their betrayal. Emily sits on her bed that night, the note in her hands and her mind racing. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "I thought I had seen the worst of it. But as the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place, I realized the truth was far more devastating than I could have ever imagined." The screen fades to black as Emily's phone buzzes with a text message. The sender is unknown, and the message reads, "You don't know the whole story. Meet me tomorrow at the cabin." The faint sound of a clock ticking plays as the screen transitions to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades in to Emily sitting on her bed, staring at the text message on her phone. The message reads, "You don't know the whole story. Meet me tomorrow at the cabin." The unknown sender and the cryptic words send a chill down her spine. Her voiceover begins. The message was like a spark, igniting my fears into full-blown paranoia. Someone else knew about the betrayal, or maybe someone was trying to warn me about something even worse. I had to find out who sent it and what they meant. Emily places her phone down and begins pacing her room, her mind racing with questions. The next morning, Emily decides to investigate further. She begins by revisiting Evelyn's journal, the one she had found in the closet. Flipping through the pages, she notices a recurring phrase, "the usual spot." Her voiceover reflects her growing curiosity. The journal didn't give me all the answers, but it confirmed one thing. The cabin wasn't just a meeting place. It was their sanctuary, a place where they could hide from the world, and from us. Determined to piece together the puzzle, Emily searches through old family photos and documents stored in the attic. She finds a faded photograph of Evelyn and Daniel standing in front of the cabin, their smiles warm but their body language unsettlingly close. Later that day, Emily sits with Jake in the living room. She casually brings up the cabin, trying not to raise suspicion. "Hey Jake," she says, flipping through a magazine. "Have you ever been to the cabin with Dad and Grandma?" Jake shrugs, not looking up from his video game. "Not really. They go there sometimes, but I've never been invited. Why? No reason, Emily replies, keeping her tone light. Just curious. Her voiceover reflects her unease. Jake didn't seem to know much about the cabin, but the fact that they kept it separate from the rest of us made it even more suspicious. That evening, Emily decides to drive by the cabin to see if anyone is there. As she approaches, she spots Evelyn's car parked outside. Her heart pounds as she pulls over, staying hidden among the trees. Peering through the window, she sees Evelyn pacing inside, her phone pressed to her ear. Emily can't hear what she's saying, but her animated gestures and tense expression speak volumes. Her voiceover captures her growing determination. Evelyn was hiding something, and she was unraveling. Whatever she was talking about on that call, it wasn't good. Emily snaps a photo of the scene and quickly drives away before Evelyn notices her. Back home, Emily sits in her room, staring at the photo she took of Evelyn. Her phone buzzes again, and another message from the unknown sender appears. Don't trust what you've seen. There's more to the story. Emily's voiceover reflects her confusion and suspicion. Who was sending these messages? Was it someone trying to help me? Or was it part of a larger plan to manipulate me? She tries calling the number, but it immediately goes to voicemail. Frustrated, she tosses her phone onto the bed. The next day, Emily revisits the attic to search for more clues. She finds an old ledger filled with notes about the cabin's construction and maintenance. One entry catches her attention. 1998. Installed a hidden compartment under the floorboards. Her voiceover sharpens. A hidden compartment. What could they possibly need to hide? Emily takes photos of the ledger and heads downstairs, her mind racing with possibilities. Later, Emily confides in Sarah during a coffee shop meeting. She shows her the messages and the photos she's collected. This is getting dangerous, Emily, Sarah says, her tone serious. Whoever's sending these texts might not have good intentions. I know, Emily replies, her voice trembling. But I can't just stop now. There's too much at stake. Sarah places a hand on Emily's. Just promise me you'll be careful. If you're going to the cabin again, don't go alone. Emily nods, but her voiceover reveals her true intentions. Sarah was right, I needed to be careful. But I also knew I couldn't wait for backup. If I was going to uncover the truth, I had to do it on my own. That evening, Emily prepares to return to the cabin. She packs a flashlight, her phone, and a small notebook for notes. As she zips her bag, her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. The cabin held the answers I needed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one looking for them. Someone was trying to steer me toward the truth, or away from it. Either way, I was walking into the unknown. The screen fades to black as Emily's car pulls out of the driveway, the faint sound of tires crunching on gravel echoing into the night. The screen fades in to Emily driving toward the cabin. The night is dark, the road illuminated only by her car's headlights. Her hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. The faint hum of the engine fills the air, broken only by her voiceover. The cabin had always been shrouded in mystery. It was where my father and grandmother's betrayal began, and now it was the place where I hoped to uncover the truth. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. The camera pans to Emily's phone lying on the passenger seat. Another message pops up. You're closer than you think. But be careful. Emily pulls into the gravel driveway, cutting the engine and sitting in silence for a moment. The cabin stands before her, its weathered wooden frame bathed in pale moonlight. The windows are dark, but the place still feels alive with tension. Her voiceover reflects her anxiety. Every instinct told me to turn back, to leave this nightmare behind. But I couldn't. Not when I was so close. She grabs her flashlight and steps out of the car, the crunch of gravel beneath her feet echoing in the quiet night. She approaches the cabin cautiously, her flashlight casting long shadows on the surrounding trees. The door creaks loudly as Emily pushes it open. The air inside is cold, carrying the faint scent of wood and something musty. The cabin's interior is sparsely furnished. A worn leather couch, a small wooden table, and a fireplace filled with ash. Emily's flashlight beam sweeps across the room, landing on the floorboards mentioned in the ledger. Her voiceover carries her determination. This was it. The hidden compartment. Whatever they were hiding, it had to be here. She kneels on the floor and begins searching for the compartment. Her fingers run along the edges of the wooden planks until she finds a loose board. She pries it open, revealing a small space beneath. Inside the compartment, Emily finds a stack of old letters tied together with a faded ribbon. The papers are yellowed with age, but the handwriting is unmistakably Evelyn's. She pulls out the first letter and begins reading. Her voiceover narrates the contents. "Daniel, my love, I can't keep this to myself any longer. The way I feel about you is overwhelming, and I know it's wrong, but I can't deny it. We have to find a way to be together, no matter what." Emily's breath catches in her throat as the weight of the words sinks in. She flips through more letters, each one filled with similar confessions of love and longing. Near the bottom of the stack, Emily finds a small black notebook. Its pages are filled with entries detailing secret meetings, plans to hide their relationship, and even discussions about how to keep Linda and Jake from discovering the truth. Her voiceover sharpens. They didn't just betray us, they planned it. Every lie, every secret, it was all calculated. And they didn't care who got hurt. One entry stands out, dated a month before Emily's discovery. "Emily is getting too curious. We need to keep her distracted or she'll figure everything out." Emily's heart pounds as she reads her own name in their secret plans. Suddenly, Emily hears the faint crunch of gravel outside. Her body tenses as she quickly closes the compartment and turns off her flashlight. She presses herself against the wall, her breathing shallow. Her voiceover is filled with panic. "I wasn't alone. Someone else was here. Had they followed me? Or was it someone trying to stop me from learning the truth?" The door creaks open slowly, and a figure steps inside. It's Daniel. He looks around, his blue eyes scanning the dark cabin. "Emily," he calls out, his voice low but steady. "I know you're here. Let's talk." Emily stays silent, her heart racing as she watches him from the shadows. As Daniel moves further into the cabin, Emily spots her chance. She slips out through the back door, her footsteps as quiet as possible. Once outside, she runs toward the tree line, her breath coming in quick gasps. Her voiceover reflects her fear. "I didn't know if he saw me, but I couldn't take any chances. I had what I needed, and now I just had to get out of there." She reaches her car and starts the engine, her hands shaking as she grips the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, she sees Daniel standing on the porch, his figure silhouetted against the cabin's faint light. As Emily drives away, she glances at the letters and notebooks sitting on the passenger seat. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling realization. "I thought finding the truth would bring me clarity, but all it did was reveal how much more there was to uncover. My father and grandmother's betrayal wasn't just a moment of weakness. It was a carefully crafted lie. And now they knew I was onto them." The screen fades to black as ominous music plays, leaving viewers in suspense about what Daniel might do next. The screen fades in to Emily sitting in her car in a deserted parking lot, her hands trembling as they rest on the steering wheel. The letters and the small black notebook lie on the passenger seat, their presence heavy and foreboding. The early morning light filters through the windshield, casting long shadows on her face. Her voiceover begins, soft but resolute. "The evidence I found was undeniable. Their betrayal wasn't just a fleeting mistake. It was deliberate, calculated, and cruel. But what haunted me most wasn't the lies they told. It was the lengths they went to hide them." Emily glances at her phone. She hesitates before dialing Sarah's number. Sarah answers groggily, her voice filled with concern. "Emily, it's barely dawn. What's going on?" "I found something," Emily says, her voice shaking. "Letters. A journal. proof that my dad and my grandmother have been planning this for years. It's worse than I thought, Sarah. So much worse. There's a pause before Sarah responds. Emily, you need to bring this to your mom. She deserves to know the truth. I know, Emily replies, her voice filled with hesitation. But how do I even start? How do I tell her that her own mother and husband conspired against her? Sarah's voice is firm. You start with the truth. No matter how much it hurts, she needs to know. Emily arrives home to find the house unusually quiet. Linda is in the kitchen, sipping coffee and scrolling through her phone. She looks up as Emily enters, her face softening into a smile. Good morning, sweetheart. You're up early, Linda says, setting her phone down. Emily forces a smile, her hazel eyes scanning the room. Yeah, couldn't sleep. Her voiceover reflects her inner turmoil. Every word I said felt like a lie. How could I look at my mom, knowing what I knew, and not tell her? But the thought of shattering her world kept me silent. The front door opens and Daniel walks in. He's dressed in the same clothes as the night before. His salt and pepper hair slightly disheveled. His blue eyes briefly meet Emily's before darting away. Morning, he says casually, placing his keys on the counter. Emily watches him closely, her voiceover filled with suspicion. He was pretending nothing had changed, but I could see it in his eyes. He knew. He knew I'd been at the cabin. And he was waiting for me to make the next move. Linda glances between them, her brow furrowing. You two okay? You seem tense. We're fine, Emily replies quickly, forcing a smile. Just tired. Later that afternoon, Evelyn arrives unannounced. She's impeccably dressed in a tailored blouse and slacks, her silver waves perfectly styled. Her emerald eyes briefly lock with Emily's before she turns to Linda. Darling, I thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing, Evelyn says warmly, placing a hand on Linda's shoulder. Emily's stomach churns as she watches the interaction. Her voiceover reflects her anger. How could she stand there, smiling, acting like nothing had happened? How could she touch my mom, knowing she'd betrayed her in the worst way possible? As the day goes on, Emily notices Daniel and Evelyn speaking quietly in the living room. Their heads are close together, their voices too low to hear. Emily creeps closer, hiding behind the doorway to eavesdrop. We need to get ahead of this, Daniel says, his tone urgent. If Emily tells Linda. She won't, Evelyn interrupts, her voice calm but firm. She's too scared of hurting Linda. We still have time to fix this. Emily's voiceover reflects her fury. They weren't worried about what they'd done. They were worried about getting caught. And they were using my love for my mom as a shield. Later, when Evelyn is alone in the kitchen, Emily corners her. Her voice is low but filled with anger. How long do you think you can keep this up? Evelyn turns, startled. Emily, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb, Emily snaps, her hazel eyes blazing. I know about the letters. I know about the journal. And I know what you've been telling Dad. Evelyn's face pales, but she quickly composes herself. Emily, you don't understand. No, Emily interrupts, her voice trembling with rage. You don't understand. You don't understand what it's like to watch your family fall apart because of your selfishness. Evelyn's emerald eyes glisten with unshed tears. I didn't want this to happen, Emily. I never wanted to hurt you or Linda. Then why did you? Emily asks, her voice breaking. Why wasn't our family enough for you? Evelyn takes a step closer, her voice soft but pleading. You don't know the whole story, Emily. There are things you don't understand. Emily steps back, shaking her head. I don't need to understand. I just need you to tell the truth. The screen fades to black as Evelyn's face crumples, her voice barely a whisper. I can't. Not yet. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling statement. Her words only deepened the mystery. What was she hiding? And how much more damage would it cause before the truth finally came out? The faint sound of a door creaking plays as the screen transitions to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Emily sitting on the front porch, her journal open on her lap. She scribbles furiously, her hazel eyes filled with frustration and hurt. The golden light of the setting sun casts long shadows across the porch, emphasizing her solitude. Her voiceover begins, reflecting her inner turmoil. Every conversation, every discovery, only deepened the chasm in our family. It wasn't just about what my father and grandmother had done. It was about the secrets, the lies, and the people they had turned us into. We were no longer a family. We were a battlefield. She slams the journal shut, her expression hardening as she stands and heads back inside. Inside, Jake is in the living room, pacing like a caged animal. His blonde curls are damp with sweat, and his blue eyes flash with anger. Emily watches him for a moment before stepping closer. "Jake, what's wrong?" she asks cautiously. "What's wrong?" he snaps, his voice cracking. "Everything is wrong. This family is falling apart, and no one is doing anything about it." Emily tries to place a hand on his shoulder, but he pulls away. "You don't get it, Emily. You've always been the strong one, the one who figures things out. But I'm just stuck here, watching everything crumble." Emily's voiceover reflects her guilt. Jake's anger wasn't misplaced. He felt powerless, trapped in the chaos of our parents' lies. And for the first time, I realized I wasn't the only one carrying the weight of the truth. Later that evening, Emily finds Linda in the kitchen, staring blankly at the stove. A pot of water boils over, but she doesn't seem to notice. "Mom," Emily says gently, turning off the burner. "Are you okay?" Linda blinks, snapping out of her trance. "I'm fine, Emily. Just distracted." Emily leans against the counter, studying her mother's face. The lines of worry are deeper, her brown eyes dull with exhaustion. Her voiceover captures her concern. Mom had always been the glue that held us together, the calm in every storm. But now she was slipping away, and I didn't know how to bring her back. That night, the family gathers for dinner, a rare occurrence lately. The silence is suffocating, broken only by the clink of silverware against plates. Daniel clears his throat, glancing around the table. "So, how's everyone doing?" Emily glares at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, just great, Dad. Couldn't be better." Jake slams his fork down, his voice rising. "Are we really going to sit here and pretend like everything's fine? Like you didn't destroy this family?" "Jake, that's enough," Daniel says sharply, his blue eyes narrowing. "No, it's not enough," Jake yells, standing up. "You lied to us. You and Grandma, how could you?" Linda's face pales, and she looks at Daniel. "What is he talking about, Daniel?" Emily's heart races as she watches her mother's confusion turn to suspicion. Daniel sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. "Linda, it's not what you think. Evelyn and we've just been talking. That's all." "Talking?" Jake scoffs, his voice laced with anger. "You call sneaking around talking? You think we're stupid?" Emily's voiceover reflects her frustration. Even now, with the truth staring him in the face, he couldn't admit it. He was still trying to protect himself, no matter the cost. Linda's hands tremble as she places them on the table. "Daniel, I need to know the truth. All of it." But before Daniel can respond, Evelyn enters the room. Evelyn's presence is commanding, her emerald green eyes scanning the room. She's dressed impeccably as always, her silver hair perfectly styled. "What's going on in here?" she asks, her voice calm but firm. Jake glares at her, his anger bubbling over. "What's going on? You and Dad are what's going on. You've been lying to all of us." Evelyn's composure falters for a moment, but she quickly recovers. "Jake, I think you're misunderstanding." "No, he's not," Emily interrupts, her voice steady but cold. "We all know what's been happening. Stop treating us like children." Linda stands abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Her voice trembles as she speaks. "I can't do this. Not now. Linda, wait, Evelyn pleads, reaching out to her. Don't touch me, Linda snaps, her brown eyes flashing with anger. You've done enough. She storms out of the room, leaving a deafening silence in her wake. Emily turns to Evelyn and Daniel, her hazel eyes filled with resolve. You might have torn this family apart, but I won't let you destroy Mom. She deserves better than both of you. Jake follows Linda, leaving Emily alone with Evelyn and Daniel. Evelyn steps closer to Emily, her voice soft but filled with urgency. You don't understand, Emily. There's more to this than you know. Emily glares at her. I don't care. Whatever secrets you're hiding, they won't fix what you've done. The screen fades to black as Evelyn whispers, you'll care when you know the truth. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a haunting realization. For a moment, I felt a flicker of doubt. What could she possibly mean? But whatever it was, I knew it wouldn't change the damage already done. The sound of a door slamming echoes as the screen transitions to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Emily sitting in her room, the black notebook from the cabin open on her desk. Her fingers trace the scrawled handwriting, each word adding to the heavy weight in her chest. The pale morning light streams through the window, casting soft shadows on her face. Her voiceover begins, filled with unease. Evelyn's words echoed in my mind. You'll care when you know the truth. What more could there be? What could possibly justify what they've done? I didn't know if I was ready to find out, but I couldn't ignore it either. Emily flips through the pages of the notebook, looking for answers. Emily's eyes land on an entry dated years before. The words are hurried and frantic. Daniel is the only one who truly understands me. I can't imagine my life without him. I know it's wrong, but the connection we share is unlike anything I've ever felt before. If Linda ever found out, it would destroy everything. Emily's voiceover reflects her shock. The affair didn't just happen. It had been brewing for years. They had built their lies on a foundation of manipulation and secrecy. As Emily reads further, she discovers mentions of financial dealings involving the cabin. She takes out her phone and snaps photos of the pages, determined to dig deeper. Emily's phone buzzes, interrupting her thoughts. It's Sarah. She answers, her voice tense. What's wrong, Sarah? You need to come to the cafe, Sarah says, her voice low. Evelyn is here. She's talking to someone, and it looks serious. Emily grabs her jacket and heads out, her voiceover capturing her determination. Evelyn was up to something, and if she wasn't going to tell me the truth, I was going to find it myself. At the cafe, Emily sits at a table near the window, carefully watching Evelyn. Her grandmother is seated across from a man in his late 50s, dressed sharply in a tailored suit. Evelyn's posture is rigid, her emerald green eyes sharp as she speaks in hushed tones. Emily strains to hear their conversation, but the words are muffled. She pulls out her phone and discreetly snaps a photo of the pair. Her voiceover reflects her suspicion. Evelyn wasn't just covering up an affair. She was protecting something bigger. Something she didn't want any of us to know. Back home, Emily examines the photo and searches online for the man Evelyn was meeting. She discovers he's a lawyer specializing in estate management and financial disputes. Her voiceover sharpens. Evelyn wasn't just hiding her affair with my dad. She was protecting her assets. And possibly something much more damaging. Emily's research leads her to an old property record tied to the cabin. It shows that the cabin was originally purchased in Linda's name but transferred to Evelyn years ago without Linda's knowledge. Her voiceover is filled with disbelief. He took it from my mom. The cabin, the place where all their lies began, wasn't just a hiding spot. It was a symbol of how far they were willing to go. Later that evening, Emily corners Evelyn in the living room. The rest of the family is out, leaving them alone. Why were you meeting with a lawyer? Emily demands, holding up the photo she took. Evelyn's face pales, but she quickly recovers. That's none of your business, Emily. It is my business, Emily snaps. Especially when it involves stealing from Mom. I found the property records. I know what you did. Evelyn's emerald eyes narrow. You don't understand the full story. Then explain it to me, Emily challenges. Because from where I'm standing, all I see is betrayal. Evelyn hesitates, then sighs. Your mother wasn't supposed to know about the cabin. It was a precaution. Something Daniel and I agreed on to protect the family. Emily's voice shakes with anger. Protect the family. You destroyed it. You didn't just betray Mom. You used her, lied to her, and took everything she had. For the first time, Evelyn's composure cracks. Tears well up in her eyes as she whispers, "It wasn't supposed to be like this. I never wanted it to get this far." Emily's voice softens, but her resolve remains. Then why? Why do any of this? Why not just walk away? Evelyn looks down at her hands, her voice barely audible. Because I couldn't. I loved him. And I was too selfish to let go. Emily takes a step back, her hazel eyes filled with a mix of pity and disgust. You loved him more than your daughter. More than your family. Evelyn looks up, her emerald eyes filled with a strange mixture of sorrow and defiance. You don't understand, Emily. You think you know everything, but you don't. There's more, so much more. Emily stares at her, her voice steady but cold. Then tell me, or I'll make sure everyone else knows what you've done. The screen fades to black as Evelyn's voice echoes in the darkness. If you knew the truth, it would destroy all of us. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a haunting thought. Her words left me reeling. What could be worse than what I already knew? And how much more destruction would it cause before this nightmare was over? The screen opens to Emily sitting in her car, parked near the cabin once again. The photo of Evelyn with the lawyer and the property records are spread out on the passenger seat. Her hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her hazel eyes reflecting both fear and determination. Her voiceover begins. Evelyn's words haunted me. If you knew the truth, it would destroy all of us. I thought I was ready to uncover everything, but now I wasn't so sure. Whatever this truth was, it had the power to shatter what little remained of our family. Emily inhales deeply, grabs the documents, and steps out of the car. The cabin looms ahead, its shadow stretching long in the fading light of day. Emily pushes the cabin door open, finding Evelyn and Daniel sitting at the small wooden table. Their conversation halts abruptly when they see her. Evelyn's face pales, and Daniel's blue eyes widen with a mix of guilt and panic. "Emily, what are you doing here?" Daniel asks, his voice strained. Emily steps forward, holding up the photo and documents. "I want the truth. All of it. No more lies, no more half-truths. If you don't tell me, I'll tell Mom everything." Evelyn stands, her hands trembling. "Emily, please, you don't understand." "Then make me understand." Emily snaps, her voice echoing in the small space. "What are you hiding? Why did you take the cabin from Mom? Why did you drag this family into your mess?" Evelyn glances at Daniel, her emerald green eyes pleading for guidance. He exhales deeply and nods, his shoulders slumping in resignation. Evelyn turns to Emily, her voice soft and unsteady. "You think this is just about an affair. But it's not. It's about something much bigger. Something I've kept hidden for decades." Emily's heart pounds as Evelyn reaches into a drawer and pulls out an old, faded photograph. She hands it to Emily, who stares at the image in confusion. The photograph shows Evelyn as a young woman, standing beside a man who looks strikingly similar to Daniel. Her voiceover reflects her shock. "I thought I was prepared for the truth. But nothing could have prepared me for this." Evelyn's voice trembles as she begins to explain. "The man in that photo is not just anyone. He's your grandfather, my husband and Daniel's father." Emily's breath catches in her throat. "What are you saying? That Dad is—" "Yes," Evelyn says, tears streaming down her face. "Daniel is your half-uncle." The weight of the revelation crashes down on Emily. Her voiceover captures her disbelief. The betrayal wasn't just an affair. It was an unthinkable web of lies that connected us in ways I couldn't fathom. My father wasn't just my father. He was the product of an affair my grandmother had long before I was born. Daniel steps forward, his voice thick with emotion. I didn't know for years, Emily. Evelyn only told me when I was in my 20s. By then it was too late. We were already a family. I didn't want to lose that. Emily stares at him, her voice trembling. So instead of facing the truth, you decided to repeat the cycle. To betray Mom the same way Evelyn betrayed her family. Daniel lowers his head, unable to meet her gaze. Emily's voice hardens as she turns to Evelyn. And you've been lying to us for generations. How could you do this? To Mom, to me, to everyone. Evelyn's voice breaks as she replies, I was scared, Emily. Scared of losing everything. I thought if I kept it buried, no one would have to suffer. Emily laughs bitterly. And how did that work out for you? Because all I see is a family that's completely destroyed. As the confrontation reaches its peak, Evelyn steps closer to Emily, her voice low and desperate. If you tell your mother, it will ruin her. She won't be able to handle this. Please, Emily, think about what's best for her. Emily shakes her head, her hazel eyes blazing with anger. What's best for her? You don't get to decide that anymore. You've done enough damage. She turns to Daniel, her voice cold. If either of you tells Mom, maybe she'll forgive you. But if you leave it to me, I'll make sure she knows every single detail. Emily storms out of the cabin, the documents and photo clutched tightly in her hands. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling declaration. The truth had finally come out, but the damage was already done. And as I walked away, I realized that this wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning of the fallout. The screen fades to black as ominous music plays, leaving viewers in suspense about how Linda will react and what further secrets may be revealed. The screen fades into Emily sitting at the kitchen table, staring at the photograph of Evelyn and her late husband, the man who is also Daniel's father. Her hands tremble as she flips the photo over, revealing a handwritten note on the back. Always together, no matter the cost. Her voiceover begins, heavy with the weight of what she's learned. The truth was out, but it didn't feel like a relief. It felt like a storm, tearing through the fragile remains of our family. Every glance, every word, every moment was a reminder of the betrayal, the lies, and the destruction yet to come. Emily closes her eyes, trying to steady her breath, but the sound of a door creaking open jolts her back to reality. Linda enters the kitchen, her face pale and drawn, as though she hasn't slept all night. She pauses when she sees Emily, her gaze flickering to the photo on the table. "Morning," Linda says quietly, her voice lacking its usual warmth. Emily forces a smile. "Morning." The silence between them is heavy, each word unspoken adding to the tension. As Linda prepares coffee, she hesitates, glancing back at Emily. "Have you talked to your dad?" Linda asks cautiously. Emily's chest tightens. "Not really." "Why?" Linda shrugs, trying to sound nonchalant. "He's been distant lately. I feel like something's wrong." Emily's voiceover captures her conflict. Every instinct told me to tell her the truth, to rip off the band-aid and let her see the lies for what they were. But how do you destroy someone you love to save them? Before Emily can respond, Linda's phone buzzes on the counter. She answers it quickly, her voice sharp with concern. "Mom, is everything okay?" Emily stiffens at the mention of Evelyn, her hazel eyes narrowing as she listens intently. Linda's expression shifts from worry to confusion. "What do you mean you're leaving town? For how long?" Evelyn's muffled voice on the other end is hurried, almost frantic, but Emily can't make out the words. Linda's grip on the phone tightens. "'Kay, fine. Call me when you can." As Linda ends the call, Emily leans forward. "What was that about?" Linda shakes her head, her brown eyes clouded with worry. She didn't say much, just that she needed some time away. "It's not like her to be so vague." Emily's voiceover reflects her suspicion. Evelyn was running. She knew the walls were closing in, and she was trying to escape before everything came crashing down. But she couldn't run forever. Later that morning, Emily finds Jake in the backyard, angrily throwing a basketball at the hoop. His movements are aggressive, his blonde curls damp with sweat. "Jake," Emily calls out, walking closer. "What's going on?" Jake stops, turning to face her with fire in his blue eyes. "What's going on? Our family is falling apart, that's what's going on." Emily takes a deep breath. "I know it's hard, but yelling at me won't fix anything." Jake throws the ball aside, his voice cracking. "It's not just hard, Emily. It's impossible. Dad's lying, Grandma's acting weird, and Mom, she's pretending everything's fine when it's not." Emily's voiceover reflects her guilt. Jake was right. We were all pretending, tiptoeing around the truth like it wasn't already tearing us apart. And I didn't know how much longer we could keep it up. That evening, Emily finds Linda sitting alone in the living room, staring at the fireplace. The flames cast flickering shadows on her face, making her look older, more fragile. "Mom," Emily says softly, sitting beside her. Linda doesn't respond immediately. When she does, her voice is barely above a whisper. "I know something's wrong, Emily. Your dad, my mom. They're hiding something. I can feel it." Emily's heart races, but she keeps her voice steady. "Why don't you ask them?" Linda shakes her head, her brown eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Because I'm afraid of the answer." Emily's voiceover reflects her heartbreak. "I wanted to tell her everything, to make her see the truth she already knew deep down. But how do you destroy someone's world when they're barely holding on to it?" As the night deepens, Emily returns to her room and decides to revisit the black notebook from the cabin. Flipping through the pages, she finds an entry that sends chills down her spine. "If Linda finds out, it'll ruin her. We have to make sure she stays in the dark, no matter what it takes." Emily's voiceover captures her horror. They weren't just hiding the truth. They were actively working to manipulate and control her. To protect themselves, they were willing to sacrifice her happiness, her sanity, her life. Her hands tremble as she snaps a photo of the entry, determined to use it as evidence if needed. The screen cuts to Emily sitting in her car, staring at the photo on her phone. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "I thought the worst was over, but I was wrong. The lies, the manipulation, the secrets, they were just the beginning. And the more I uncovered, the more I realized this family was on the brink of destruction." The faint sound of a car engine starting plays as the screen fades to black, leaving viewers on edge for what comes next. The screen fades in to Linda sitting at the kitchen table in the dim light of early morning. A steaming cup of coffee sits untouched in front of her as she stares blankly at her phone. Her brown eyes are shadowed with worry, and her usually composed demeanor is unraveling. Her voice breaks the silence, soft but resolute. "Something's wrong. I can feel it." Emily stands in the doorway, hesitant but watching her mother closely. Linda doesn't notice her at first, lost in her thoughts. Emily's voiceover begins. Mom wasn't one to jump to conclusions. She always tried to see the best in people, even when they didn't deserve it. But now the cracks were too big to ignore, and she was starting to see the truth. Over breakfast, Linda attempts to probe without raising suspicion. She sits across from Daniel, who is reading the morning paper, his blue eyes scanning the headlines. "Daniel," Linda says cautiously, "have you spoken to Mom recently? She seemed off when I talked to her yesterday." Daniel doesn't look up from the paper. "Not really. She's been busy, I guess." Linda frowns. "Busy with what?" "She didn't say." Daniel shrugs, flipping the page. "Probably errands or something. You know how she is." Emily, sitting at the other end of the table, watches the exchange closely. Her voiceover reflects her frustration. He was dodging her questions, just like he dodged mine. And Mom was starting to notice. Later that day, Linda finds Jake in the backyard, shooting hoops with his basketball. She approaches him, her tone gentle. Jake, can we talk for a minute? Jake catches the ball and turns to her. His blonde curls damp with sweat. What's up? Linda hesitates, then asks, have you noticed anything strange about Dad or Grandma lately? Jake's face darkens, and he grips the ball tightly. Yeah, I have. But no one wants to talk about it. Linda steps closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jake, if you know something, you can tell me. Please. Jake shakes his head, his voice tinged with frustration. It's not my place, Mom. You should ask Emily. That evening, Linda is cleaning the study when she notices an envelope sticking out from beneath a stack of papers on Daniel's desk. She hesitates, glancing around to ensure she's alone, then carefully pulls it out. Inside, she finds a printed email exchange between Daniel and Evelyn. The subject line reads, "Plans for the cabin." Her brown eyes scan the contents, her face paling as she reads. "We need to make sure Linda doesn't find out. It would destroy her. Let me know when we can meet to discuss this in person." Linda's hand trembles as she places the letter back in the envelope. Her voice is barely audible. "What are you hiding from me?" Emily's voiceover reflects her growing concern. Mom was starting to uncover the truth on her own, but I wasn't sure if she could handle what she was about to find. That night, Linda knocks on Emily's bedroom door, her face etched with worry. "Can I come in?" Emily nods, her chest tightening as Linda steps inside. "Emily," Linda begins, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I need you to be honest with me. Is there something I should know about your father and your grandmother?" Emily freezes, her mind racing. "Why would you ask that?" Linda pulls out the envelope, holding it up. "I found this. It's an email from Daniel to Evelyn. He's hiding something, isn't he?" Emily sighs, her hazel eyes filling with guilt. "Mom, there's something you need to know. But it's not going to be easy to hear." Emily begins cautiously, choosing her words carefully. "Dad and Grandma. They've been meeting at the cabin. There are letters, emails, things I've found that suggest something more than just family meetings." Linda's face pales, and she places a hand over her mouth. "Something more? What do you mean?" "I don't know all the details yet," Emily lies, trying to soften the blow. "But it's not good, Mom. I think they've been hiding things for a long time." Linda's voice trembles. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Emily's voiceover reflects her guilt. "I wanted to tell her everything, but the truth was too big, too devastating. And I couldn't bear to be the one to break her heart completely." After their conversation, Linda retreats to her bedroom, where she sits on the edge of her bed, staring at the envelope. Her voice is soft but resolute. "I need to know the truth." She begins searching through her own records, old letters and documents, looking for anything that might connect the dots. Her eyes land on a family photo album, and as she flips through the pages, she notices something strange. A photo of Evelyn at the cabin, dated years before the family officially started using it. Her voiceover reflects her growing suspicion. The cabin wasn't just a meeting place. It was the center of everything. The lies, the secrets, the betrayal. And my mother was finally beginning to see it. The screen cuts to Linda standing in front of Daniel's study door, her hand hovering over the doorknob. Her voice is steady but filled with resolve. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this, one way or another." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. Mom was stepping into the shadows, where the truth was waiting to destroy her. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I could save her from it. The screen fades to black as the sound of a door creaking open echoes, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades into the family dining room, where the table is set for dinner. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension, the clink of utensils and faint rustling of napkins the only sounds breaking the silence. Emily sits at one end of the table, her hazel eyes flickering nervously between Linda and Daniel. Linda is unusually quiet, her brown eyes scanning Daniel with a sharpness Emily hasn't seen before. Evelyn's absence is glaring, her chair at the table conspicuously empty. Emily's voiceover begins. Dinner was usually a time for laughter and stories, but tonight it felt like a battlefield. Mom was no longer pretending. She was ready for answers, and Dad didn't know it yet, but he was the one under fire. Linda places her fork down, folding her hands in front of her. Her voice is calm but firm, her gaze fixed on Daniel. "Daniel, where is Mom? She hasn't answered any of my calls." Daniel looks up, his blue eyes briefly meeting Linda's before darting away. "She needed some time away. She's probably at the cabin." Linda leans forward slightly. "The cabin? Course. That's where you've both been spending so much time lately, isn't it?" Emily's breath catches, and Jake looks up from his plate, his blonde curls framing his confused expression. Daniel frowns. "What are you talking about, Linda?" Linda's voice sharpens. "Don't play dumb, Daniel. Found the emails. The ones where you and Mom planned to keep me in the dark. So tell me, what exactly are you hiding?" Daniel sighs heavily, setting his fork down. "Linda, you're misunderstanding. Evelyn and I were just discussing family matters. Nothing more." Linda crosses her arms, her brown eyes blazing. "Family matters? Is that what you call lying to me? Hiding things from me? Meeting behind my back at the cabin?" Jake shifts uncomfortably, his voice breaking the tension. "What's going on? Why are you guys talking about Grandma like that?" Emily's voiceover reflects her unease. Jake was still in the dark, but the truth was right there, waiting to destroy everything. "And I couldn't stop it." Linda turns to Emily, her voice trembling. "Emily, you've been quiet. Do you know anything about this?" Emily's heart races as all eyes turn to her. She hesitates, then speaks cautiously. "Mom, there are things I've found. Letters, journal entries. Things that suggest Dad and Grandma have been hiding something for a long time." Jake's eyes widen. "What do you mean? What have they been hiding?" Linda doesn't take her eyes off Daniel. "That's what I'd like to know. Daniel, if you don't start talking, I'm going to the cabin myself." Daniel stands abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "Linda, enough. I told you there's nothing going on. Evelyn and I." "Stop lying." Linda snaps, her voice cracking with emotion. "I know you've been hiding things from me. I know you've been meeting her in secret. I'm not stupid, Daniel." Jake stands as well, his voice rising. "What's happening? Why are you yelling? What did Dad and Grandma do?" Emily watches helplessly, her voiceover reflecting her anguish. The truth was coming out piece by piece, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. But the damage was already done. Linda slams her hand on the table, silencing the room. "Enough of the lies. Daniel, I want the truth. Right now." Daniel's shoulders slump, and he sinks back into his chair. His blue eyes are filled with guilt as he finally speaks. "Fine. You want the truth. Evelyn and I. We've been keeping something from you. But it's not what you think." Linda's voice is icy. "Then what is it?" Daniel hesitates, glancing at Emily, who shakes her head slightly, silently pleading with him not to say it. But he continues, his voice trembling. "Evelyn had an affair. Years ago. With my father. And I'm the result of that affair." The silence is deafening. Linda stares at him, her face pale. "What are you saying? That Evelyn is your mother?" "Yes," Daniel whispers. "She's my biological mother. And we've been keeping it from you because we thought it would hurt you too much." Linda stands, her body trembling. "You've been lying to me for decades. You and Evelyn both. You let me believe we were a normal family, and all this time you've been hiding this." Jake stares at Daniel, his voice breaking. "You're serious? Grandma's your mom? That's messed up." Emily watches as her family falls apart, her voiceover capturing her despair. The truth was finally out, but instead of bringing clarity, it brought chaos. We weren't just a family with secrets. We were a family built on lies. Linda takes a deep breath, her voice steady but filled with pain. "I can't do this. Not right now." She turns and walks out of the room, leaving Daniel, Jake, and Emily in stunned silence. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling realization. Mom was shattered, Jake was furious, and Dad, he was broken. But this wasn't the end. The worst was still to come. The screen fades to black as the sound of Linda's footsteps retreating echoes, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades into Linda sitting in her car, parked on the side of a quiet country road. The early morning light filters through the windshield, highlighting the tears streaming down her face. Her hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white. Her voice breaks the silence, filled with pain and disbelief. For decades, I thought I knew my family. I thought I knew Daniel, my mother, my children. But now, everything I believed in feels like a lie. And I don't know how to move forward. The camera lingers on Linda's trembling hands as she exhales deeply and starts the car, determination flickering in her eyes. Linda drives toward the cabin, the dirt road kicking up dust behind her. The scenery outside the window blurs as her mind races. Her voiceover captures her resolve. If the answers I need are at the cabin, then that's where I'll go. No more lies. No more secrets. I need the truth, no matter how much it hurts. As the cabin comes into view, Linda parks her car and sits for a moment, gathering her courage. The quiet around her is almost oppressive, the tall pines casting long shadows over the small structure. Inside the cabin, Linda begins searching for answers. She moves methodically, her brown eyes scanning every corner, every surface. She pulls open drawers, overturns cushions, and checks under furniture. Her search leads her to the small wooden table in the center of the room. She notices a faint scratch on the floorboards beneath it. Kneeling down, she pries open a loose board and finds a hidden compartment. Inside, she discovers a stack of letters and a small black notebook. Her hands tremble as she flips through the pages. Her voiceover reflects her growing horror. Each word, each sentence was another blow. Daniel and Evelyn had planned everything. Their meetings, their lies, their manipulations. And they had done it all while looking me in the eye and pretending to care. The sound of a car pulling up outside startles Linda. She quickly replaces the items in the compartment and stands, her heart pounding. Evelyn enters the cabin, her emerald green eyes widening in surprise when she sees Linda. Linda, what are you doing here? Linda crosses her arms, her voice cold. Looking for the truth. Something you've been hiding from me for years. Evelyn's face pales, but she quickly recovers. Linda, I can explain. Don't, Linda snaps, cutting her off. I've read enough to know what you and Daniel have done. All these years you let me believe we were a family. But you were lying to me. Both of you. Evelyn steps closer, her hands raised in a placating gesture. Linda, it wasn't like that. We didn't mean to hurt you. Linda laughs bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Didn't mean to hurt me. You had an affair with my husband, and you've been lying to me about it for years. How is that not meant to hurt me? Evelyn's voice softens. It wasn't an affair, Linda. It was complicated. Daniel isn't just your husband. He's my son. Linda's breath catches, her brown eyes widening. What? Evelyn hesitates, then speaks slowly. Years ago, I had an affair with a man, Daniel's father. He's the result of that affair. I never told you because I thought it would destroy you. Linda shakes her head, her voice trembling. And instead you destroyed everything else. My marriage, my trust, my family. You didn't protect me, Mom. You betrayed me. Evelyn steps forward, her voice breaking. I made mistakes, Linda. I know that. But I did what I thought was best at the time. Please try to understand. Linda's voice hardens. Understand. Understand what? That my own mother and husband lied to me for decades. That you used me, manipulated me, and destroyed my family. I'll never understand that. Linda turns on her heel and walks toward the door. Evelyn calls after her, her voice desperate. Linda, wait. Please, we can fix this. We can figure it out together. Linda pauses at the door, her voice steady but cold. Some things can't be fixed, Mom. And you should have thought about that before you lied to me. She steps outside, the sound of her car door slamming echoing through the quiet woods. As Linda drives away, tears blur her vision, but her expression is one of resolve. Her voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling declaration. Evelyn's lies destroyed everything I held dear. But I won't let her or Daniel control me anymore. They've had their secrets long enough. Now it's time for the truth to come out. The screen fades to black as Linda's car disappears down the dirt road, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Emily pacing her bedroom, her phone in hand. Her hazel eyes are filled with anxiety as she rereads a text from Linda. I know everything. I'm coming home. Her voiceover begins, heavy with concern. Mom had been to the cabin. She had confronted Evelyn. And now she was coming home with the truth. I didn't know what she had found or how she would handle it, but I knew one thing. The fallout was just beginning. Emily sits on her bed, clutching her phone tightly, her mind racing as she prepares for the storm to come. The sound of the front door slamming jolts Emily out of her thoughts. She rushes downstairs to find Linda standing in the entryway, her face pale but resolute. Mom, Emily says cautiously, are you okay? Linda sets her purse down, her brown eyes locking onto Emily's. Oh, I'm not okay. But I'm done pretending. Emily's voiceover reflects her apprehension. Mom was always the calm one, the mediator. But now she was a force of reckoning. And no one was ready for it. Linda marches into the living room where Daniel is sitting, flipping through a magazine. He looks up, startled, as she enters. Linda, he begins, but she cuts him off. Don't, Linda says sharply, her voice trembling with anger. Don't even try to talk your way out of this. I know everything, Daniel. I know about Evelyn. I know about the lies. I know about who you really are. Daniel stands, his blue eyes wide with panic. Linda, please let me explain. Explain. Linda snaps, her voice rising. You've had decades to explain. Instead you chose to lie. To betray me. To destroy our family. As the argument escalates, Emily steps between them, her hands raised. Stop. Both of you, just stop. Linda glares at her daughter. Emily, you knew about this, didn't you? You knew, and you didn't tell me. Emily's voice breaks as she replies, Mom, I wanted to tell you. I didn't know how. I didn't want to hurt you. Linda's voice softens slightly, but her anger remains. You should have trusted me, Emily. I deserved to know the truth. Jake walks into the room, his face etched with confusion and fear. What's going on? Why is everyone yelling? Linda turns to him, her expression crumbling. Jake, your father and Evelyn have been lying to us. For years. Decades. Jake's eyes widen. What do you mean? What did they lie about? Linda hesitates, then looks at Daniel. You tell him. You owe him that much. Daniel's shoulders slump as he sits down, his voice heavy with shame. Jake, Evelyn isn't just your grandmother. She's my mother. Jake stares at Daniel, his blonde curls shaking as he processes the revelation. That doesn't even make sense. How could you, how could she? Emily places a hand on Jake's shoulder, but he shrugs it off, his voice rising. You've both been lying to us this whole time. Does anything in this family even make sense anymore? Jake storms out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Emily's voiceover reflects her guilt. Jake was spiraling, Mom was shattered, and Dad was still trying to pick up the pieces of a life built on lies. And I didn't know how to stop any of it. As the tension in the house reaches its peak, the sound of a car pulling into the driveway draws everyone's attention. Evelyn steps through the door, her emerald green eyes scanning the room. Linda, please, Evelyn begins, her voice pleading. We need to talk. Linda crosses her arms, her brown eyes cold. Talk. Now you want to talk. After years of lying to me, you suddenly care about the truth. Evelyn steps closer, her voice breaking. I know I've hurt you. I know I've made mistakes. But I never stopped loving you, Linda. You're my daughter. Linda's voice cracks as she replies. Then why didn't you act like it? Why didn't you protect me instead of protecting yourself? Emily steps forward, her voice firm. Enough. We can't keep screaming at each other. It's not going to fix anything. Linda turns to her daughter, her voice softening. Emily, what do you suggest? What do we do now? Emily looks around the room, her hazel eyes filled with determination. We face it. All of it. Together. No more secrets. No more lies. If we want to move forward, we have to start with the truth. Evelyn nods slowly, tears streaming down her face. He's right. It's time. Emily turns to Daniel, her voice steady but demanding. Then start talking. All of it. No more half-truths. The screen fades to black as Daniel takes a deep breath, his voice trembling. Okay. You want the truth. Here it is. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. I thought I was ready for the truth. But the truth was bigger, darker, and more devastating than anything I could have imagined. The sound of a ticking clock plays as the screen transitions to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades into the family gathered in the living room, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Daniel sits on the edge of the couch, his hands clasped tightly, his blue eyes staring at the floor. Evelyn stands near the fireplace, her emerald green eyes darting between Linda and Emily. Linda leans against the wall, her arms crossed, her brown eyes cold and unyielding. Emily sits on the armrest of a chair, her hazel eyes locked on Daniel. Her voiceover begins. The moment of truth had finally arrived. No more lies, no more excuses. This was it, the story that had been hidden for decades. And none of us were ready for what we were about to hear. Daniel exhales deeply, his voice trembling as he speaks. It all started before you and I even met, Linda. My father, your father, Evelyn, wasn't a good man. He had affairs, lots of them. And one of those affairs was with Evelyn. Linda's breath catches, her eyes narrowing. So you're saying my mother had an affair with her own father-in-law? Daniel nods, his face pale. Yes. And I'm the result of that affair. Jake, sitting in the corner of the room, mutters, This is insane. Emily's voiceover reflects her shock. It was one thing to know about the affair, but hearing it laid out like this, hearing it from him, it felt like a knife twisting deeper with every word. Evelyn steps forward, her voice shaking. Linda, you have to understand. I didn't mean for it to happen. Your father and I. We were both lost, both looking for something. It was a mistake, but it wasn't malicious. Linda glares at her mother. Not malicious. You betrayed your husband. You betrayed me. You built this family on lies. Evelyn's tears spill over. No. And I've regretted it every day of my life. But I couldn't undo it. I couldn't change what happened. Jake stands abruptly, pacing the room. So let me get this straight. Dad is Grandma's son, which makes him what, our uncle? Half-uncle. And all of you thought it was okay to just pretend this didn't happen. Daniel looks up, his voice breaking. We didn't know what else to do, Jake. We thought we were protecting you. Jake laughs bitterly. Protecting us. You destroyed us. Nothing in this family makes sense anymore. Emily tries to reach out to Jake, her voice soft. Jake, I know it's hard, but we'll get through this. Together. Jake shakes his head, his voice filled with anger. I don't even know what together means anymore. Linda steps forward, her voice rising. You didn't just lie to us. You manipulated us, made us believe in something that was never real. How could you live with yourselves? Evelyn's voice breaks as she replies, because I had no choice. I didn't want to lose you, Linda. I didn't want to lose my family. Linda shakes her head, her voice trembling. You didn't want to lose us, so you decided to destroy us instead? How is that any better? Emily's voiceover reflects her pain. Every word, every accusation, was another crack in the foundation of our family. And I didn't know if there was anything left to save. Emily steps forward, her hazel eyes filled with determination. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep tearing each other apart. Yes, they lied. Yes, they hurt us. But if we keep letting this consume us, then they win. The lies win. Linda turns to her daughter, her voice softening. Emily, how do we move forward from something like this? How do we fix something so broken? Emily places a hand on her mother's shoulder. We start with the truth. All of it. And we decide what happens next, together. Daniel takes a deep breath, his voice steadying. There's one more thing you need to know. The cabin. It wasn't just a place to hide. It was where your father, my biological father, kept everything. His money, his secrets, his crimes. Evelyn and I. We've been trying to deal with the fallout of his past. That's why we kept it from you. Linda's face pales. Crimes. What crimes? Evelyn steps forward, her voice barely a whisper. Embezzlement, fraud, and worse. Your father wasn't just unfaithful, he was dangerous. And his mistakes have haunted us ever since. The room falls silent as the weight of Daniel and Evelyn's final confession sinks in. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling reflection. The lies weren't just about family. They were about power, control, and survival. And as the truth finally came to light, I realized this wasn't just our story. It was a story that could destroy everything we thought we knew. The screen fades to black as Linda sits down heavily. Her face a mixture of anger, betrayal, and sorrow. The faint sound of a clock ticking echoes, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades into Linda sitting in her bedroom, staring blankly at a family photo on her nightstand. Her hands tremble as she picks up the frame, her brown eyes filled with unshed tears. The photo, once a symbol of unity and happiness, now feels like a cruel reminder of the lies that shattered her family. Her voice breaks the silence. I thought I knew who I was, who we were as a family. But now I'm not sure of anything. How do you move forward when everything you've built is a lie? The camera pans to Emily, standing outside Linda's door. Her hazel eyes filled with worry as she listens. Emily gently knocks on the door before stepping inside. Mom, can we talk? Linda doesn't look up. What's there to talk about, Emily? Everything I believed in is gone. Emily sits beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. I know it feels that way, but we can't let this destroy us. We have to figure out a way to move forward. Linda finally looks at her daughter, her voice tinged with bitterness. And how do we do that, Emily? How do we rebuild when the foundation is broken? Emily's voiceover reflects her determination. Mom was at her breaking point, but I wasn't going to let her fall. If there was even a chance of salvaging what was left of our family, I had to try. Emily gathers everyone in the living room later that evening. Daniel sits on the couch, his posture slumped with guilt. Evelyn stands by the fireplace, her emerald green eyes avoiding everyone's gaze. Jake leans against the wall, his arms crossed, his blue eyes filled with anger. Linda sits in the armchair, her face pale but resolute. Emily stands in the center, her voice steady. We can't keep avoiding this. We need to talk. Really talk about everything. Jake scoffs. What's there to talk about? They lied. End of story. Emily shakes her head. No, it's not the end. It's the beginning of figuring out where we go from here. Linda turns to Evelyn, her voice trembling. Why didn't you tell me the truth, Mom? Why did you let me live in ignorance for so long? Evelyn takes a deep breath, her voice soft but steady. Because I was scared, Linda. I thought I was protecting you. I thought if you knew the truth, it would destroy you. Linda's eyes flash with anger. And what do you think this has done? You didn't protect me. You betrayed me. Daniel speaks up, his voice filled with guilt. I didn't know how to tell you, Linda. I didn't want to hurt you. Linda turns to him, her voice icy. You hurt me the moment you decided to lie. You and my mother took away my choice, my agency. You made me live a lie. Jake suddenly stands, his voice rising. I can't do this anymore. I can't sit here and listen to all this. It's too much. Emily tries to stop him. Jake, please. We need to do this together. Jake shakes his head, his voice cracking. Together? What does that even mean anymore? This family is broken, Emily. I don't know if it can be fixed. He storms out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Emily's voiceover reflects her pain. Jake was right. We were broken. But I wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. Emily turns back to the remaining family members, her voice firm. We can't change the past. We can't undo the lies or the pain. But we can decide how we move forward. Evelyn looks at her granddaughter, her voice filled with regret. And how do we do that, Emily? How do we fix this? Emily takes a deep breath. We start by being honest. Completely honest. No more secrets, no more lies. If we want any chance of healing, we have to face everything together. Linda nods slowly, her voice soft but resolute. Emily's right. If we're going to move forward, we need to face the truth. All of it. Daniel hesitates, then nods as well. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fix this. Evelyn steps forward, her emerald eyes glistening with tears. I'll do whatever it takes too. I just want to make things right. Emily's voiceover reflects her hope. It wasn't a solution. It wasn't forgiveness. But it was a start. And for the first time, I felt like we had a chance to rebuild. As the family sits together, their expressions filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty, Emily speaks one final time. This won't be easy. But if we're willing to try, maybe we can find a way to be a family again. The screen fades to black as her voiceover ends the subpart with a haunting thought. We had taken the first step, but the path ahead was long and uncertain. And I couldn't shake the feeling that more secrets were still waiting to be uncovered. The faint sound of a clock ticking echoes as the screen transitions to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens to the sound of rain gently tapping against the window. Emily sits at the kitchen table, a mug of tea in her hands, staring blankly out the window. The soft gray light of the overcast morning casts a somber tone across the room. Her chestnut hair is pulled into a loose bun, and her hazel eyes are heavy with exhaustion. Her voiceover begins, reflective but determined. The truth was out, but the damage it caused still lingered. We were no longer a family, we were fragments of one. And now, it was up to us to decide if we could rebuild or if we'd let the pieces remain scattered. The camera lingers on the mug in Emily's hands, steam curling upward before dissipating into the cold air. Linda enters the kitchen, her face pale but her brown eyes a little clearer than they had been in days. She pours herself a cup of coffee and sits across from Emily. They sit in silence for a moment before Linda speaks, her voice soft. I keep thinking about everything. About Mom, about Daniel, about us. And I wonder, did I miss the signs? Was I blind to what was right in front of me? Emily reaches across the table, placing her hand on Linda's. Mom, you couldn't have known. They hid it too well. But what matters now is where we go from here. Linda nods slowly, her voice tinged with sadness. I just don't know if I'm strong enough to face it all. Emily's voiceover reflects her determination. Mom was fragile, but I wasn't going to let her fall apart. If there was even a chance of saving what was left of our family, I had to take it. The scene shifts to Jake sitting on the back porch, his basketball resting at his feet. His blonde curls are damp from the rain, and his blue eyes are clouded with frustration. Emily steps outside, wrapping her sweater tighter against the chill. Hey, she says softly, sitting beside him. Jake doesn't look at her. Hey, you okay? She asks. Jake snorts, shaking his head. Whoa. None of this makes sense, Emily. Our family's a mess. And I don't even know who to trust anymore. Emily places a hand on his shoulder. I know it feels that way now, but we'll figure it out. We're still a family, Jake. That hasn't changed. Jake finally looks at her, his voice breaking. Hasn't it? Because it feels like everything's changed. Later that afternoon, Emily hears a knock at the door. She opens it to find Evelyn standing there, her emerald green eyes filled with remorse. Her silver hair is tucked neatly into a scarf, and she clutches her purse tightly. "Emily," Evelyn says softly, "can I come in?" Emily hesitates before stepping aside. "What do you want?" Evelyn sits on the couch, her posture unusually stiff. I wanted to apologize. For everything. For the lies, for the pain I caused your mother, your family. I know I can't undo it, but I want to make it right." Emily crosses her arms, her hazel eyes narrowing. "And how do you plan to do that?" Evelyn's voice wavers. "By telling the truth. All of it. To anyone who needs to hear it." As evening falls, Emily finds Daniel in the garage, sitting on a stool with his head in his hands. His blue eyes are rimmed with exhaustion, and his usually composed demeanor is fractured. "Dad," Emily calls softly, stepping into the dimly lit space. Daniel looks up, his voice hoarse. "I don't know how to fix this, Emily. I don't know how to make any of this right." Emily stands beside him, her voice steady. "You start by owning up to it. By being honest with Mom, with Jake, with yourself. That's the only way." Daniel sighs, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "I don't know if I can." Emily's voiceover reflects her frustration. For all his regret, Dad still couldn't take the first step. And without it, I didn't know if we could ever move forward. Emily decides to bring everyone together for dinner, hoping to rebuild some semblance of normalcy. The dining table is set simply, with plates of steaming food and glasses of water. Linda sits at one end, her posture stiff but her expression neutral. Daniel sits across from her, his eyes downcast. Evelyn sits beside him, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Jake is at the other end, his arms crossed, his blue eyes flickering with distrust. Emily sits in the middle, her hazel eyes scanning the room. "I know things are hard right now. And I know we're all hurt. But if we're going to get through this, we have to start somewhere. So let's just try. Okay." The room is silent, the sound of silverware clinking against plates the only noise. Slowly, the tension begins to ease, and small conversations start to emerge. Emily's voiceover reflects her hope. "It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even good. But it was something. And sometimes that's enough to start with." As the family clears the table, Emily notices Linda standing by the sink, staring out the window into the darkened backyard. She approaches her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Mom, you okay?" Emily asks. Linda nods, but her voice is distant. "I'm just thinking about what comes next." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a haunting thought. "We had taken the first step, but the path ahead was still unclear. And I couldn't shake the feeling that the past wasn't done with us yet." The screen fades to black as the sound of rain tapping against the window fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens to Evelyn sitting at her vanity in her modestly decorated bedroom. The morning light streams through the curtains, highlighting her tired, lined face. Her emerald green eyes, once vibrant and commanding, now reflect sorrow and regret. She picks up an old photograph of her and a young Linda, smiling in front of the cabin, and her fingers tremble as she traces the edges. Her voice breaks the silence, filled with remorse. "I've made so many mistakes, hurt so many people. But if I want any hope of earning forgiveness, I have to take responsibility. I have to try." The camera pans to Evelyn pulling a notebook from her drawer and opening it to a blank page, her pen poised as she begins to write. The next scene shows Evelyn writing a heartfelt letter to Linda. Her handwriting is shaky but deliberate, and her voiceover narrates the letter. "Dear Linda, I don't know if you'll ever forgive me for what I've done, but I need you to know how sorry I am. I've carried these secrets for so long, thinking I was protecting you, but I see now that I was only protecting myself. You deserved better from me. As a mother, as a grandmother, as a person. I hope one day you can find it in your heart to forgive me, even if I don't deserve it." As Evelyn seals the letter in an envelope, her hands tremble, and tears stream down her face. She places the envelope in her purse, her resolve clear. Evelyn steps out of her car in front of a small church. She's dressed in a simple coat, her silver hair tucked neatly under a scarf. The sun peeks through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the church's stained glass windows. Inside, Evelyn kneels in a pew, her hands clasped tightly as she whispers a prayer. Her voiceover reflects her guilt and hope. I don't know if I can be forgiven for what I've done, but I need the strength to face my family, to face the truth. And I need the courage to accept whatever comes next. The scene ends with Evelyn lighting a candle, her emerald green eyes glistening with tears as she stares into the flickering flame. Evelyn arrives at Linda's house and hesitates on the porch, clutching the letter. Her hand hovers over the doorbell for a moment before she presses it. Linda answers the door, her brown eyes narrowing slightly as she sees her mother. "What are you doing here?" Evelyn's voice trembles as she hands Linda the letter. "I needed to say some things, and I thought this might be the best way." Linda takes the letter, her expression unreadable. "I'll read it later." Evelyn nods, her voice soft. "Thank you." She turns to leave but pauses, glancing back. "Linda, I know I've hurt you more than I can ever make up for, but I hope you'll let me try." Later that evening, Linda sits in her bedroom, the letter from Evelyn resting in her lap. The room is quiet, the faint hum of the rain outside adding to the somber atmosphere. As Linda unfolds the letter, her brown eyes scan the handwritten words, her expression shifting from anger to sorrow. Her voiceover reflects her internal conflict. "I wanted to hate her, to shut her out completely. But as I read her words, I saw the pain she carried, the regret she felt. And a part of me wondered if there was still a chance to heal." The camera lingers on Linda's tear-streaked face as she folds the letter carefully and places it back in the envelope. The next morning, Linda finds Evelyn waiting in the living room. She's dressed simply, her silver hair shining in the morning light. Evelyn stands as Linda enters, her emerald green eyes filled with hope and fear. "Mom," Linda begins, her voice steady but cautious. "I read your letter." Evelyn takes a deep breath. "And?" Linda sits on the edge of the couch, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "It doesn't fix anything, doesn't erase what you did, but it does make me believe that maybe, just maybe, we can try to move forward." Evelyn's breath hitches, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Linda. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to make this right." As they sit together, the tension between them eases slightly. Evelyn reaches out, placing a tentative hand on Linda's. "I know it will take time, but I'm here. For whatever you need." Linda nods slowly, her brown eyes meeting Evelyn's. "We'll see. One step at a time." Emily's voiceover reflects her cautious optimism. It wasn't forgiveness, but it was a start. And sometimes, that's all you need to begin again. As Evelyn leaves, the camera lingers on Linda standing by the window, watching her mother walk away. Linda's voiceover ends the subpart with a haunting thought. "She was trying and I could see that. But the scars she left behind, those would take longer to heal. And some wounds might never truly close." The screen fades to black as the sound of the rain grows louder, leaving viewers in suspense about the next steps in their fragile reconciliation. The screen opens to Jake sitting on the edge of his bed, the early morning sunlight streaming through the blinds and casting sharp shadows across his face. His basketball rests at his feet, untouched, a stark contrast to his usual routine of using it as an outlet. His blonde curls are messy, his blue eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. He scrolls through his phone aimlessly, pausing on old photos of the family. His voiceover begins, heavy with frustration and despair. "I used to think we were a normal family. Imperfect, sure, but still a family. Now I don't even know who we are. Everything feels wrong, broken. And I don't know how to fix it, or if I even want to." The sound of a soft knock on his door interrupts his thoughts. Emily steps into Jake's room, her hazel eyes scanning his face. She sits on the bed beside him, placing a tentative hand on his shoulder. "Jake, you've been quiet," she says softly. "I'm worried about you." Jake shrugs, his voice flat. "What's there to say? Everything's messed up, and nothing we do will change that." Emily leans forward, her voice steady but empathetic. "You're right. We can't change what happened, but we can decide how we move forward." Jake finally looks at her, his blue eyes flashing with anger. "Move forward? How?" "By pretending everything's fine. By acting like Dad and Grandma didn't lie to us our whole lives." Emily's voiceover reflects her concern. Jake was angry, and he had every right to be. But his anger was turning into something darker, something that could pull him away from us completely. That evening, the family gathers for dinner, but the atmosphere is tense. Emily tries to lighten the mood by sharing a funny story from work, but Jake interrupts, his voice sharp. "Why are we even sitting here pretending like we're normal?" he snaps, throwing his fork down. Linda looks at him, startled. "Jake, we're trying to..." "To what?" Jake interrupts, his voice rising. "To fix this. To pretend like everything's okay." "It's not okay, Mom. It's never going to be okay." Daniel looks up, his blue eyes filled with guilt. "Jake, I know you're angry, but we're trying." "Trying?" Jake laughs bitterly. "You're the reason we're in this mess, Dad. You and Grandma. You lied to us. You ruined everything." Jake stands abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "I'm done. I can't sit here and pretend like I want to be part of this family anymore." Emily stands, her voice pleading. "Jake, wait." But Jake shakes his head, grabbing his jacket and heading for the door. "Don't follow me, Emily. I just need to get out of here." The sound of the door slamming echoes through the silent house. Emily's voiceover captures her heartbreak. Jake was spiraling, and no matter how much I tried to reach him, he kept slipping further away. I didn't know how to help him, but I couldn't let him go. Emily drives through the quiet streets, eventually spotting Jake at the local basketball court. He's alone, shooting hoops in the dim light of the street lamp. His movements are aggressive, each shot a release of the anger and frustration bubbling inside him. Emily parks her car and approaches cautiously. "Jake," she calls softly. He doesn't stop, doesn't look at her. "What do you want, Emily?" "I just want to talk," she replies, stepping closer. Jake finally turns to her, his blue eyes glistening with tears. "What's there to talk about? I feel like I don't even know who I am anymore. Like our whole life was a lie." Emily steps closer, her voice gentle but firm. "Jake, I know it feels like everything's falling apart. And yeah, things are messed up. But you're not alone. You still have me. You still have Mom. We're still a family, even if it doesn't feel like it right now." Jake sinks onto the bench, burying his face in his hands. "It just hurts, Emily. It hurts so much." Emily sits beside him, placing a comforting arm around his shoulders. "I know it does. But we'll get through this. I promise." Jake looks at her, his voice trembling. "Do you really think we can fix this? That we can ever be okay again?" Emily nods, her hazel eyes filled with determination. "Do. It's going to take time, and it's not going to be easy. But if we stick together, we can figure it out." Jake exhales deeply, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "Thanks, Emily, for not giving up on me." Emily smiles softly. "Never, Jake. You're my little brother. I'll always have your back." As they sit on the bench, the sound of the basketball rolling away fills the silence. Jake looks out at the empty court, his voice soft but resolute. "I'll try, Emily. I can't promise anything, but I'll try." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a glimmer of hope. Jake was starting to come back to us, but the road ahead was still long and uncertain. And I couldn't shake the feeling that the past wasn't done haunting us yet. The screen fades to black as the street lamp flickers, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens to Linda standing by the kitchen sink, staring out the window into the backyard where the rain has left puddles glistening in the morning light. She's holding a mug of coffee, but it remains untouched as her brown eyes reflect a storm of emotions. In the distance, Jake is on the porch, dribbling a basketball aimlessly. Emily's voiceover begins. Mom had always been the glue that held us together, the steady hand guiding us through every challenge. But now, even she seemed unsure of how to rebuild the broken pieces of our family. And without her, I wasn't sure if we could find our way back. Linda sets the mug down with a determined clink and turns away from the window. Linda finds Emily in the living room, tidying up the clutter left from the night before. The faint sound of the television playing in the background adds a sense of normalcy to the otherwise tense atmosphere. Emily, Linda begins, her voice steady but soft. Can we talk? Emily straightens, her hazel eyes meeting her mother's. Course, Mom. What's on your mind? Linda sits on the couch, motioning for Emily to join her. I've been thinking a lot about everything. About what Evelyn said, about Daniel, about all of us. And I realized something. I've been waiting for someone else to fix this. But maybe it's time I took control. Emily tilts her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What do you mean? Linda sighs, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I've spent so much time focusing on the pain, the betrayal. But if I keep doing that, I'll never move forward. And neither will this family. We need a plan, Emily. We need a way to heal. Emily's voiceover reflects her admiration. Mom's strength had always been her quiet resilience. But now, she was stepping into a new role. A leader determined to pull us out of the wreckage. Linda decides to start with Jake, knowing that his anger and confusion are barriers to healing. She finds him on the porch, still dribbling the basketball with little enthusiasm. Jake, Linda says, stepping outside. Can we talk? Jake looks up, his blue eyes guarded. About what? Linda sits on the porch steps, her posture relaxed but her gaze steady. About us. About how we move forward. Jake shrugs, bouncing the ball once more. What's the point, Mom? Everything's a mess. Linda places a hand on his knee, stopping the ball mid-bounce. It is a mess. But we're still a family. And I need you to help me fix it. Jake's expression softens slightly. Oh. What do we even do? Linda smiles faintly. We start by talking. By listening. By figuring out what we need to heal. Together. After her conversation with Jake, Linda makes a difficult decision. She picks up the phone and dials Evelyn. The camera focuses on her trembling fingers as she waits for the call to connect. Linda, Evelyn answers cautiously, her emerald green eyes widening in surprise. I wasn't expecting to hear from you. Linda's voice is calm but firm. Mom, I need to see you. I want to talk. In person. Evelyn hesitates, then replies, of course. When and where? Linda glances out the window, her voice steady. Come over tonight. We need to start figuring this out. Emily's voiceover reflects her hope. It was a small step, but it was a step toward something better. And for the first time, I felt like we were starting to find our way. That evening, the family gathers in the living room. The tension is palpable, but there's a sense of purpose beneath it. Linda sits at the center, her posture straight and her brown eyes sharp. Evelyn sits on the edge of the couch, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Daniel is beside her, his blue eyes downcast, while Jake leans against the wall, his arms crossed protectively. Emily sits in a chair nearby, her hazel eyes scanning the room. Linda begins, her voice steady. We've spent too long avoiding this. Too long hiding from the truth and from each other. That ends now. If we want any chance of moving forward, we need to be honest. Completely honest. Evelyn nods slowly, her emerald eyes glistening. You're right, Linda. And I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Daniel looks up, his voice trembling. I'm too. I just want to fix this. Jake's expression remains guarded, but he nods. Fine. I'll try. Linda takes a deep breath, her voice unwavering. Here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to talk. Really talk. About everything. The lies, the secrets, the pain. It's going to be hard, but it's the only way we can heal. She looks at each family member in turn. Second, we're going to set boundaries. We're going to figure out what we need from each other and what we can't handle right now. And we're going to respect that," Emily adds, her voice calm but firm. "And we're going to keep moving forward, even when it feels impossible. Because if we don't, we'll lose each other completely." The family begins to open up, hesitantly at first but with growing honesty. Evelyn shares more about her past and the regrets she's carried for decades. Daniel apologizes again, his voice cracking as he speaks about his guilt and fear of losing his family. Jake listens, his anger softening as he sees the pain in his father's and grandmother's eyes. Emily's voiceover reflects her cautious optimism. "It wasn't perfect. It wasn't easy. But for the first time, I felt like we were starting to move forward together." As the family disperses for the evening, Linda lingers in the living room, staring at the empty fireplace. Emily approaches her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You did great tonight, Mom," Emily says softly. Linda nods, her voice quiet but resolute. "It's a start. But we still have a long way to go." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of determination. "We had taken the first real step toward healing, but the road ahead was still uncertain. And I couldn't shake the feeling that there were more challenges waiting just around the corner." The screen fades to black as the sound of the rain outside grows louder, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens to Daniel sitting in the garage, a cluttered space filled with tools and old boxes. He's seated on a wooden stool, staring at a faded photograph of Linda and the kids, their smiles frozen in a moment of happiness that now feels like a distant memory. His blue eyes are filled with regret, and his hands tremble as he sets the photo down on the workbench. His voiceover begins, heavy with self-reflection. "For years, I told myself that keeping the truth buried was the right thing to do, that I was protecting my family. But all I did was build my world on lies, and now it's crumbling around me. If there's any hope of saving what's left, I have to start being honest. I have to start being better." The camera pans to Daniel picking up a wrench, his movements slow and deliberate as he begins working on a small project to clear his mind. Emily steps into the garage, her hazel eyes scanning her father's slumped figure. She approaches cautiously, her voice soft. "Dad, can we talk?" Daniel looks up, setting the wrench down. "Course. What's on your mind?" Emily sits on a nearby stool, her gaze steady. "You've been quiet since the family meeting. I know this has been hard on everyone, but I need to know where you stand. Are you ready to face this, to really try to fix things?" Daniel exhales deeply, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "I don't know, Emily. I want to, but every time I think about what I've done, I feel paralyzed. How do I even begin to make up for decades of lies?" Emily's voice is calm but firm. "You start by being honest, Dad. With yourself, with Mom, with all of us. We don't need you to be perfect. We just need you to try." Determined to take the first step, Daniel drives to Evelyn's house. The camera captures him gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white as he pulls into her driveway. Evelyn answers the door, her emerald green eyes widening in surprise. "Daniel," she says cautiously, stepping aside to let him in. "What are you doing here?" Daniel steps into the living room, his posture tense. "I needed to talk to you. About everything. About how we move forward." Evelyn sits on the couch, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I've been thinking about that too. Linda and the kids. They deserve better from us. But I don't know how to fix this." Daniel's voice is steady as he replies. "We start by admitting what we did. Not just to them but to ourselves. We have to stop pretending like we were justified. We weren't." Evelyn's eyes glisten with tears as she nods. "You're right. It's time." The next day, Daniel finds Linda in the backyard, tending to the small garden she's been trying to revive. The late afternoon sunlight casts a warm glow on her figure, but her posture is tense, her movements stiff. "Linda," Daniel says, stepping closer. She doesn't look up. "What do you want, Daniel?" Daniel hesitates, then takes a deep breath. "To say I'm sorry. Really sorry. For everything, for the lies, for the pain I caused you and the kids, for all of it. Linda straightens, turning to face him. Her brown eyes are guarded, her expression unreadable. Do you even understand what you did, Daniel? Do you understand how deeply you hurt me? Daniel nods, his voice trembling. Do. And I know I can't undo it. But I want to try to make it right, Linda. Whatever it takes. As Daniel speaks, Jake steps out onto the porch, unnoticed by his parents. His blonde curls catch the sunlight, but his blue eyes are dark with emotion as he listens to their conversation. Linda's voice rises slightly, her pain spilling over. You didn't just lie to me, Daniel. You took away my choice. You made me live in a reality that wasn't real. Daniel's voice breaks. I know, Linda. And I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But please give me a chance to make amends. Jake steps forward, his voice sharp. And what about me? What about Emily? Do you even know how much you hurt us too? Daniel turns to Jake, his blue eyes filled with remorse. I know I hurt you, Jake. I hurt all of you. And I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me right away. But I promise I'll do everything I can to earn it. Jake crosses his arms, his voice laced with skepticism. Words are easy, Dad. Actions matter more. Daniel nods. You're right. And I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to all of you. Linda watches silently, her expression softening slightly as she sees the sincerity in Daniel's eyes. That evening, Daniel joins Emily in the living room to begin sorting through old family documents and photos. Together, they start piecing together a clearer picture of the family's history, acknowledging the good moments while confronting the painful ones. Emily's voiceover reflects her cautious hope. Dad was trying. For the first time, I could see him really making an effort. And while the wounds he caused were still fresh, his willingness to face them gave me hope. The screen cuts to Daniel sitting alone in the living room late at night, a stack of old letters spread out before him. He picks up one and reads it, his blue eyes narrowing as he realizes there's more to the story than he first thought. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. Dad was finally ready to face the truth. But the truth was bigger and darker than any of us had imagined. And it wasn't done revealing itself yet. The screen fades to black as the sound of rustling paper fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with the family sitting together in the living room for the first time in what feels like years. The warm glow of a single lamp casts soft shadows across their faces, but the tension in the room is palpable. Linda sits in the armchair, her posture stiff but her brown eyes watchful. Daniel occupies the couch, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his blue eyes flickering between guilt and determination. Evelyn sits beside him, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her emerald green eyes filled with nervous energy. Emily sits on the edge of a chair, her hazel eyes scanning the room for signs of progress. Jake leans against the far wall, his arms crossed, his blonde curls framing his skeptical expression. Emily's voiceover begins. We were all here in the same room trying to face the truth. But just being together didn't mean we were united. We were still fractured, still raw. And I wasn't sure if we were ready to heal, or if we'd just fall apart again. Linda clears her throat, drawing everyone's attention. I think we all know why we're here, she begins, her voice steady but tinged with weariness. We've spent weeks dancing around the truth, trying to figure out how to move forward. But we can't do that if we don't face this together. Daniel nods, his voice low. You're right. And I want to start by saying I'm sorry. Again. To all of you. For the lies, for the pain I caused. I know I can't undo it, but I'm here. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fix this. Jake scoffs, his blue eyes narrowing. Words don't mean much, Dad. You've said all this before. Evelyn looks at Jake, her voice soft but firm. Jake, I understand your anger. Feel it too. But we can't keep tearing each other down if we want to move forward. Jake steps forward, his arms uncrossing. Move forward. How, Grandma? By pretending this never happened. By ignoring the fact that you and Dad lied to us for decades. Linda intervenes, her tone sharp. Jake, enough. No one is asking you to pretend. But if you keep holding on to this anger, it's going to destroy you. And I won't let that happen. Jake glares at his mother for a moment before exhaling sharply, sitting down on the edge of the couch. Fine. But I'm not going to forgive them just because you tell me to. Emily leans forward, her hazel eyes earnest. No one's asking you to forgive anyone right away, Jake. Forgiveness takes time. But we can't even get to that point if we're not willing to try. We're still a family, and that has to mean something. Jake looks at his sister, his expression softening slightly. I don't know, Emily. It's just hard. Emily nods, her voice gentle. I know it is. It's hard for all of us. But we're stronger together than we are apart. And I don't want to lose that. Daniel takes a deep breath, his voice trembling. Jake, I know I've let you down. I've let all of you down. But I want to make things right. Not just for me, but for you, for this family. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to earn back your trust. Jake meets his father's gaze for a long moment before nodding slightly. I don't trust you yet. But I guess, can try. Evelyn speaks up, her emerald eyes glistening. Thank you, Jake. That's all we can ask for. A chance to try. Linda takes charge, her voice firm but calm. If we're going to move forward, we need a plan. We can't just sit here and hope things get better on their own. Emily nods. We need to set boundaries to figure out what each of us needs to feel safe and supported. And we need to communicate. Honestly, openly, even when it's hard. Daniel looks around the room, his blue eyes filled with resolve. I'll do whatever you all need me to do. Therapy, family meetings, anything. Just tell me where to start. Linda raises an eyebrow. Therapy might not be a bad idea. For all of us. Jake shrugs. I guess I'd be willing to try it. If it helps. Evelyn nods. I'll do whatever it takes. I just want to make this right. The family begins discussing practical steps, from attending therapy sessions to scheduling weekly family dinners. The conversations are hesitant but sincere, with each person contributing their thoughts and feelings. Emily's voiceover reflects her cautious optimism. It wasn't perfect and it wasn't easy, but for the first time in a long time we were talking, really talking. And it felt like maybe, just maybe, we were starting to rebuild. As the night progresses, Jake surprises everyone by suggesting they look through old photo albums together. The camera captures the family gathering around the coffee table, flipping through pages of memories. Laughter bubbles up as they recall happy moments, and the tension begins to ease. Linda smiles faintly as she points to a photo of a young Daniel and Jake. You were such a troublemaker back then. Daniel chuckles softly. Still am, apparently. Even Evelyn manages a small smile, her emerald eyes lighting up for the first time in weeks. As the evening winds down, the family disperses, but Linda lingers in the living room, staring at the photo album. Emily approaches her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Do you think we can really do this, Mom? Emily asks softly. Linda sighs, her brown eyes thoughtful. I think we can try. And sometimes that's enough. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of uncertainty. We had taken another step forward, but the past still lingered like a shadow. And I couldn't help but wonder if we were strong enough to face it together. The screen fades to black as the sound of the clock ticking fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Emily jogging along a tree-lined path early in the morning. The sky is a pale shade of blue, the air crisp and quiet except for the sound of her steady breaths and the crunch of gravel beneath her sneakers. Her hazel eyes are focused ahead, but her thoughts are miles away. She pauses by a small bench overlooking a calm pond, her hands resting on her hips as she catches her breath. Her voiceover begins, thoughtful and determined. Healing isn't a straight path. It's full of twists, turns, and setbacks. But as much as I doubted our family's ability to move forward, I couldn't ignore the small steps we were taking. They weren't much, but they were a start. And sometimes that's all you need. Emily sits on the bench, pulling out her phone to check a message from Linda. Family dinner tonight. Let's talk about next steps. Back at home, Emily finds Linda in the kitchen, chopping vegetables for dinner. The smell of roasted garlic fills the air, mingling with the faint hum of the radio playing in the background. Linda's movements are deliberate, her brown eyes focused but calm. Need help? Emily asks, stepping into the room. Linda glances up, offering a small smile. You can set the table. As Emily grabs plates and utensils, she notices a stack of papers on the counter. What's this? She asks, pointing to the pile. Linda sighs. It's a list of therapists I've been researching. I thought we could look through them together tonight. Emily's voiceover reflects her admiration. Mom was stepping up in a way I hadn't seen before. She was taking charge, leading us through the mess, and I couldn't help but feel hopeful. Later, Jake arrives home from basketball practice. His blonde curls damp with sweat and his blue eyes tired. He tosses his bag by the door and heads to the fridge, grabbing a bottle of water. Family dinner tonight, Emily reminds him as he chugs the water. Jake groans, leaning against the counter. Do we have to? These dinners are always so awkward. Emily places a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, we have to. It's important, Jake. We're finally starting to talk to each other to figure things out. Don't you want that? Jake shrugs, avoiding her gaze. Guess. But it's just hard, you know. Emily's voice softens. No. But we're all trying. And we need you to try too. Jake sighs, nodding reluctantly. Fine. I'll be there. Meanwhile, Daniel is in the garage, polishing an old wooden chair he found buried under years of clutter. His blue eyes are focused, his hands steady as he works. The garage is quiet except for the rhythmic sound of sandpaper against wood. Evelyn enters, her emerald green eyes curious as she watches him. What are you working on? Daniel glances up, offering a small smile. Just something I thought I could contribute. I figured it could be nice to have something new to add to the dining room. Something symbolic, maybe. Evelyn steps closer, her voice soft. That's thoughtful, Daniel. I think Linda will appreciate it. Daniel's voice is tinged with hope. I just want to show her, and all of them, that I'm serious about making things right. As evening falls, the family gathers in the dining room. The table is set with a simple but inviting meal: roasted chicken, fresh vegetables, and a loaf of warm bread. The newly polished chair sits at the head of the table, a small but meaningful addition to the room. Linda takes her place at the head of the table, her brown eyes scanning her family. Thank you all for being here. I know these dinners haven't been easy, but I think they're helping. At least I hope they are. Jake sits to her left, his posture relaxed but his blue eyes watchful. Evelyn sits across from him, her hands resting lightly on the edge of the table. Daniel sits at the other end, his gaze steady but cautious. Emily sits beside Jake, her hazel eyes filled with quiet determination. Linda begins, her voice calm but firm. I've been looking into therapists, and I think family counseling might be a good next step for us. It'll give us a chance to talk through everything with someone who can guide us. Jake raises an eyebrow. You really think therapy is going to fix all of this? Linda meets his gaze. I don't know if it will fix everything, but it's a start. And that's more than we've had in a long time. Evelyn nods, her emerald eyes earnest. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I just want us to move forward. Daniel adds, his voice steady. Me too. I know I've caused a lot of this mess, but I'm ready to face it head-on. Emily's voiceover reflects her cautious optimism. For the first time it felt like we were all on the same page. There were no guarantees, but there was a sense of possibility. And that was something. Jake surprises everyone by speaking up. I'll go to therapy. I'm not saying I'm happy about it, but I'll try. Linda's face softens, a small smile tugging at her lips. Thank you, Jake. That means a lot. Evelyn reaches across the table, placing a hand over Jake's. It means a lot to me too, Jake. More than you know. Jake looks down at their hands, his voice quiet. I just want things to feel normal again. Or at least, close to it. After dinner, the family lingers at the table, sharing stories and memories. Laughter begins to fill the room, tentative at first but growing stronger with each passing moment. Emily's voiceover reflects her hope. We were far from perfect, but for the first time in a long time we felt like a family again. And while the road ahead was still uncertain, we were finally walking it together. As the family begins to clean up, Linda finds a letter tucked under her dinner plate. She opens it cautiously, her brown eyes scanning the handwritten words. Her expression shifts from confusion to concern. Emily approaches her, her hazel eyes curious. "What is it, Mom?" Linda hesitates before handing her the letter. "It's from Evelyn. And it says there's something she hasn't told us." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of suspense. "Just when I thought we were moving forward, the past came back to haunt us again. And this time, I wasn't sure we could handle it." The screen fades to black as the sound of crickets chirping fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen fades into Evelyn sitting in her small, meticulously decorated living room. Her emerald green eyes are focused on a stack of letters spread out on the coffee table in front of her. The room is quiet except for the faint ticking of a clock on the wall. Evelyn picks up one letter, her hands trembling as she unfolds it. The camera zooms in on her expression, which shifts from guilt to dread. Her voiceover begins, filled with remorse. "For so long I thought I could keep this buried, that I could protect them by staying silent. But the truth has a way of finding its way to the surface, no matter how deeply it's hidden." Evelyn places the letter back in the stack and picks up her phone. With a deep breath, she dials Linda's number. Linda is in the middle of tidying up the living room when her phone buzzes on the coffee table. She hesitates for a moment before answering. "Mom, is everything okay?" Evelyn's voice trembles on the other end. "Linda, I need to talk to you. There's something I've been keeping from you. Something I should have told you a long time ago." Linda's brow furrows, her brown eyes narrowing. "Another secret, Mom. Haven't we had enough of those?" Evelyn sighs, her voice heavy with regret. "I know, and I'm sorry. But this is something you need to know. Please, can we talk in person?" Linda hesitates, her voice cautious. "Fine. Come over tomorrow. But this better be the last time you spring something like this on me." That night, Evelyn sits in her bedroom, the stack of letters now neatly tied together with a piece of twine. She stares at the bundle, her emerald green eyes glistening with tears. Her voiceover reflects her fear. This secret was different, bigger, more devastating. And I knew that once it was out, there would be no going back. The camera pans to her bedside table, where a framed photo of a younger Evelyn and Linda sits, their smiles frozen in time. Evelyn places the letters in her bag and switches off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The next afternoon, Evelyn arrives at Linda's house. The camera captures her hesitant steps as she walks up to the front door, her bag slung over one shoulder. Linda opens the door, her expression unreadable. "Come in," she says curtly, stepping aside to let Evelyn enter. They sit in the living room, the air thick with tension. Evelyn places the stack of letters on the coffee table between them. "Before I say anything, I want you to know how sorry I am, Linda. For all of it." Linda crosses her arms, her brown eyes locked on Evelyn. "Just tell me what it is, Mom. No more stalling." Evelyn takes a deep breath and begins. "Linda, there's something I never told you about your father. He wasn't just unfaithful, he was dangerous. Those letters, they're proof of the things he did, the people he hurt, and the lengths he went to keep it all hidden." Linda's face pales as she picks up one of the letters, her hands shaking. "What are you talking about? What did he do?" Evelyn's voice trembles. "He was involved in embezzlement, fraud, and worse. I didn't know the full extent of it until after he was gone. But by then it was too late. I thought I could shield you from it, but now I see that keeping it from you only made things worse." Linda throws the letter back onto the table, her voice rising. "So, Not only did you lie about your affair with him, but you also hid the fact that he was a criminal. What else are you hiding, Mom? When does it end? Evelyn's eyes fill with tears. I didn't know how to tell you, Linda. I thought I was protecting you. But I realize now that I was just protecting myself. Linda stands, pacing the room. You've spent your whole life making decisions for me, thinking you knew what was best. But all you've done is rob me of the chance to decide for myself. Emily enters the room, her hazel eyes wide with concern. What's going on? She asks, looking between Linda and Evelyn. Linda gestures to the stack of letters. Your grandmother has been keeping more secrets. Apparently, my father wasn't just a liar. He was a criminal too. Emily sits down, picking up one of the letters. Her voice is quiet but steady. What do these mean, Grandma? What do we do with this information? Evelyn shakes her head. I don't know. I thought I could handle it on my own, but it's too much. I need your help. Linda takes a deep breath, her brown eyes blazing with determination. We're not sweeping this under the rug, Mom. We're going to figure out the truth, and we're going to deal with it. Together. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. This new revelation wasn't just a crack in the foundation of our family. It was a full-blown earthquake. And I had a feeling the worst was yet to come. The screen fades to black as the sound of the clock ticking fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda sitting at the dining room table, the stack of letters spread out in front of her. Her brown eyes are sharp and focused as she reads through the documents, her fingers tracing the faded ink of her father's words. The room is quiet, the faint sound of the clock ticking in the background adding to the tension. Her voice-over begins, resolute and determined. My entire life I thought I knew who my parents were. But these letters told a different story, a darker story, one that I couldn't ignore, no matter how much I wanted to. The camera pans to the open window, where the curtains billow slightly in the evening breeze. Linda looks up as Emily enters the room, her hazel eyes scanning the table. Mom, have you been up all night reading these? Linda nods, her voice steady. I couldn't stop. There's so much here, Emily. So many things I didn't know. Emily pulls out a chair, sitting beside her mother. What do you want to do about it? Linda's expression hardens. I want to know the truth. All of it. If my father was involved in something criminal, I need to understand the full scope of it. And I need your help to figure it out. Emily's voiceover reflects her concern. Mom was determined, but I could see the weight of this new revelation bearing down on her. I couldn't let her face it alone. The two women begin sifting through the letters, their movements methodical. The camera captures close-ups of the handwritten notes, some detailing financial transactions, others referencing meetings with unnamed individuals. Emily picks up one letter, her brow furrowing. This one mentions a man named Harrison. It says he was handling some kind of offshore account. Linda's eyes narrow as she takes the letter. I've seen his name in a few of these. If we can find out who he is, maybe we can figure out what my father was really involved in. Linda calls Evelyn, her voice curt. Mom, I need to talk to you. Now. Evelyn's voice is hesitant on the other end. Linda, I told you everything I know. No, you told me what you thought I needed to hear. But I need more. Who is Harrison? And why was my father sending money to offshore accounts? Evelyn exhales deeply. Harrison was one of your father's business partners. They worked together on projects. But I didn't know about the offshore accounts until after he died. Linda's voice sharpens. You didn't think that was worth mentioning? Evelyn's reply is quiet but firm. I didn't want to burden you with it, Linda. I thought I was protecting you. Emily takes to the internet, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she searches for information on Harrison. She finds an old news article about a man named Harrison Wells, a prominent businessman who was investigated for fraud years ago but never convicted. Mom, Emily says, calling Linda over to the laptop. I think I found him. Harrison Wells. He's still alive, living in Houston. Linda's jaw tightens. Then we need to talk to him. Before leaving for Houston, Linda confronts Evelyn at her home. The camera captures the tension in the room as Linda places the letters on the coffee table between them. "Why didn't you tell me about Harrison sooner?" Linda demands, her brown eyes blazing. Evelyn's emerald green eyes fill with tears. "Because I didn't know if you could handle it, Linda. I didn't want to add to your pain." Linda's voice softens slightly but remains firm. "I'm not a child, Mom. I can handle the truth no matter how hard it is. But I can't handle being lied to anymore." Evelyn nods slowly, her voice breaking. "I'm sorry, Linda. Truly am. If you need to confront Harrison, do it. But be careful. He's not someone to trust." Linda and Emily drive to Houston, the road stretching out ahead of them under a cloudy sky. The camera captures their quiet determination, with Linda gripping the steering wheel tightly and Emily scrolling through her phone for more information on Harrison. Emily's voiceover reflects her apprehension. "The closer we got to Houston, the heavier the air felt. We didn't know what we were walking into, but we knew we couldn't turn back." They arrive at a gated estate, the imposing iron gates and manicured hedges a stark contrast to the secrets they know are hidden within. Linda presses the intercom button, her voice steady. "We're here to see Harrison Wells. Tell him it's about John." After a long pause, the gates creak open, and they drive up the winding driveway to the mansion. The house is grand but cold, its towering columns and perfectly trimmed hedges exuding wealth and power. A butler opens the door, leading them into a sitting room where Harrison awaits. He is an older man with sharp blue eyes and a steely demeanor, dressed in an impeccable suit. Harrison stands as they enter, extending a hand. "Linda, I've been expecting you." Linda ignores his hand, her brown eyes narrowing. "You know who I am." Harrison smirks slightly, his voice calm. "Course. Your father and I were close. He spoke of you often." Linda crosses her arms, her voice cold. "Then you know why I'm here. I found the letters. I know about the offshore accounts. What was my father involved in, Harrison?" Harrison's expression darkens. "Your father was a complicated man, Linda. He had ambitions, big ones. And he was willing to do whatever it took to achieve them. The accounts were part of that. But trust me when I say you don't want to dig too deep." Linda steps closer, her voice firm. "I don't have a choice. I need to know the truth." Harrison leans back in his chair, his blue eyes narrowing. "Then you'd better be prepared for what you'll find. Because the truth, it's going to change everything." Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of foreboding. "We had come for answers, but we left with even more questions. And I couldn't shake the feeling that we were uncovering something far bigger and far more dangerous than we ever expected." The screen fades to black as the sound of a clock chiming echoes, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda and Emily driving back from Houston, the sky outside darkening as twilight sets in. Linda's hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her brown eyes focused on the road ahead. Emily sits beside her, scrolling through her phone with furrowed brows, her hazel eyes darting between articles and emails. The silence in the car is heavy, broken only by the hum of the engine and the faint sound of passing traffic. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with tension. "Harrison's warning should have made us stop, but it only pushed us further. The more we uncovered, the more tangled the web became. And the deeper we went, the harder it was to pull away." The camera pans to a folder on the dashboard, filled with copies of letters and notes from their meeting with Harrison. Back at home, Linda and Emily spread their findings across the dining room table. The letters, notes, and documents form a chaotic mosaic of dates, names, and transactions. Emily taps her finger on a particularly detailed letter. This one mentions a company, Gulfstream Holdings. It's referenced in a few other letters too, always connected to these offshore accounts. Linda nods, her voice firm. "Then that's our next lead. If Gulfstream Holdings was part of my father's dealings, we need to know who's behind it." Emily begins typing on her laptop, her hazel eyes scanning search results. It's registered as a shell company. No official employees, no real business activity. Just a name tied to multiple accounts. Linda calls Evelyn, her tone sharp but controlled. "Mom, do you know anything about Gulfstream Holdings?" Evelyn's voice on the other end is hesitant. "I've heard the name. Your father used it for certain transactions. But I didn't know the details." "Why?" "Because it keeps coming up," Linda replies. "And if we don't figure out what it means, we're never going to understand the full scope of what he was involved in." Evelyn's voice is soft but resolute. "Be careful, Linda. The people tied to Gulfstream aren't just businessmen. They're dangerous." As Linda and Emily pore over the documents, a small receipt slips out from one of the letters. Emily picks it up, her brow furrowing. It's from a storage facility, dated just before your father died. Linda's brown eyes narrow as she takes the receipt. If he kept something in storage, it might be the key to everything. They quickly locate the facility online and make plans to visit the next morning. Emily's voiceover reflects her determination. Every step forward felt like a victory, but it also brought us closer to a truth we weren't sure we were ready for. The next day, Linda and Emily arrive at the storage facility, a sprawling complex surrounded by a chain-link fence. The sky is overcast, adding a sense of foreboding to the scene. They are greeted by a clerk who leads them to the unit listed on the receipt. The heavy metal door creaks loudly as it rolls open, revealing a small, dimly lit space filled with dusty boxes and an old filing cabinet. Linda steps inside, her heart pounding. Whatever's in here, it has to mean something. Emily opens the first box, pulling out a stack of old photographs and documents. She holds up a photo of her grandfather with several men, including Harrison. The back is labeled, Gulfstream 1987. "Mom," Emily says, handing Linda the photo. This was more than just a business deal. These men were working together on something big. Linda opens the filing cabinet, finding folders filled with financial statements, wire transfers, and legal documents. One folder is marked with a red sticker, its contents far more detailed than the others. Linda's voice trembles as she reads. "These are contracts, signed by my father and Harrison. They weren't just business partners. They were laundering money." As they sift through the files, Linda's phone buzzes. It's Harrison. She hesitates before answering. "What do you want?" Harrison's voice is calm but firm. "Linda, I know you've been digging. And I know you've found something." "How do you know that?" Linda asks, her voice sharp. "Let's just say I have eyes everywhere," Harrison replies. "If you're smart, you'll stop now. This isn't a game, Linda. The people involved in this, they don't play nice." Linda's jaw tightens. "I'm not scared of you, Harrison. Or anyone else tied to this." "You should be," Harrison says before hanging up. Shaken but undeterred, Linda and Emily continue their search. They find a letter tucked inside one of the folders, addressed to Evelyn. Linda's hands tremble as she reads it aloud. "Evelyn, I've done my best to shield you and Linda from this, but it's bigger than me now. If anything happens, contact Harrison. He knows what to do. Whatever you do, don't let Linda get involved. It's too dangerous." Emily's hazel eyes widen. "Your father tried to keep you out of this, but now we're right in the middle of it." Linda sets the letter down, her voice firm. "We're already involved. And if my father thought he could protect us by staying silent, he was wrong. The only way out is through." As Linda and Emily leave the storage unit, the camera lingers on a shadowy figure watching them from a distance. The screen fades to black as Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "We thought we were uncovering the truth, but the truth was uncovering us. And now, it wasn't just about what we knew. It was about who else knew we knew." The sound of a car engine starting echoes as the screen fades completely to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda sitting in her car outside the storage facility. The dim light of the setting sun casts an orange glow over the dashboard as she grips the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white. Emily sits beside her, her hazel eyes darting nervously between Linda and the rearview mirror. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with tension. We thought we were making progress, uncovering the truth piece by piece. But the past wasn't just something we were digging into. It was something that was fighting back. The camera pans to the shadowy figure lingering near the facility gates, their silhouette barely visible in the fading light. Linda starts the car, her voice tense. We're being watched. Emily glances back, her voice low. What do we do? Linda pulls out of the parking lot, her brown eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. We don't go straight home. If they're following us, we need to make sure we lose them. The camera captures the tension in the car as Linda takes a series of sharp turns, weaving through back roads and alleys. The shadowy figure's car remains a constant presence in the mirror, its headlights glaring in the darkness. Finally, Linda pulls into a crowded parking garage and turns off the engine. She exhales deeply, her voice firm. Stay quiet and follow my lead. As Linda and Emily exit the car, the shadowy figure steps out of their vehicle, revealing a man in a dark suit. His face is partially obscured, but his sharp blue eyes glint under the flickering fluorescent lights. Linda Harrison, he calls, his voice smooth but cold. Linda steps forward, her posture defensive. Who are you? The man smirks slightly. Let's just say I'm someone who works for people who don't like their business being poked into. Emily stands beside her mother, her voice trembling but firm. What do you want? The man pulls out a small envelope and hands it to Linda. A warning. Stop digging or things will get messy. Linda opens the envelope to find a single photograph inside. A picture of their house, taken from a distance. Her brown eyes flash with anger. Is this supposed to scare me? The man's smirk widens. It's not supposed to scare you. It's supposed to remind you that some truths aren't worth uncovering. Back at home, Linda and Emily gather the family in the living room. The atmosphere is heavy, with Daniel sitting stiffly on the couch, his blue eyes filled with worry. Evelyn sits in the armchair, her emerald green eyes darting nervously, while Jake leans against the wall, his arms crossed tightly. We need to talk, Linda begins, her voice firm. Emily and I uncovered something big. Something dangerous. And now we're being followed. Evelyn's face pales. Followed? By who? Emily interjects, holding up the photograph. We don't know who they are, but they want us to stop digging. They left this at the parking garage. Jake steps forward, his blue eyes blazing. What does that mean? Are we in danger? Linda nods slowly. Yes, but we're not backing down. We're going to figure this out, no matter what it takes. Daniel stands, his voice trembling. Linda, are you sure about this? Maybe we should just let it go. Maybe it's better to leave the past in the past. Linda turns to him, her brown eyes sharp. Let it go. Daniel, they're threatening us. If we back down now, we're letting them win. We can't let fear control us. Evelyn speaks up, her voice quiet but resolute. Linda's right. This is bigger than all of us. If we don't stand up to them, we'll never be free of your father's shadow. Later that evening, Emily receives a cryptic email from an anonymous sender. The subject line reads, "You're not alone." Emily hesitates before opening it, her hazel eyes scanning the message. I know what you're looking for. I have information that can help. But you need to be careful. They're watching you. Meet me tomorrow at the old diner on Main Street. Come alone. Emily shows the email to Linda, who frowns. It could be a trap. Emily nods. Or it could be the breakthrough we need. Either way, we have to take the risk. The next day, Emily arrives at the diner, her heart pounding as she steps inside. The camera captures the retro decor, with red vinyl booths and a jukebox softly playing an old tune. A man in his late 50s sits in the corner booth, his face partially hidden by a baseball cap. He gestures for Emily to sit. You must be Emily. Emily sits cautiously, her hazel eyes studying him. Who are you? The man leans forward, his voice low. Call me Greg. I used to work with your grandfather. I know what he was involved in, and I know how dangerous these people are. Emily's voice is steady despite her fear. Then why are you helping me? Greg sighs. Because I owe your grandfather. He wasn't perfect, but he tried to protect his family. I want to honor that. Greg pulls out a small USB drive and slides it across the table. This has everything you need. Names, accounts, transactions. It's all there. But be careful. The people you're dealing with. They'll do anything to keep this quiet. Emily takes the drive, her voice trembling. Thank you. But why now? Why not tell us sooner? Greg leans back, his expression grim. Because now they're desperate. And desperate people make mistakes. Use this wisely. As Emily leaves the diner, the camera lingers on Greg, watching her through the window. His expression a mix of fear and regret. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. We finally had the key to the truth, but it came with a cost. And I couldn't shake the feeling that the price was higher than we were prepared to pay. The screen fades to black as the faint sound of a car engine revving fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Emily and Linda sitting at the dining table late at night. The room is dimly lit, the only light coming from Emily's laptop as she inserts the USB drive Greg gave her. Both women exchange a tense glance as the files load onto the screen. The folder titles, Gulfstream Holdings, Harrison Wells, and offshore accounts, gleam ominously on the monitor. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with cautious hope. Greg's information was our lifeline. If what he said was true, we finally had the answers we'd been searching for. But we also knew those answers came with risks. Risks we couldn't ignore. The camera pans to Linda's hands, trembling slightly as she grips her coffee mug. Emily clicks on the first file labeled Gulfstream Holdings. A series of spreadsheets and documents appear, detailing years of financial transactions. Each row lists dates, amounts, and recipient accounts, many tied to anonymous offshore entities. This is massive, Emily says, her hazel eyes scanning the data. These aren't just business transactions. They're laundering money. Millions of dollars. Linda leans closer, her brown eyes narrowing. And look, there's my father's name. And Harrison's. They weren't just partners. They were the masterminds behind this entire operation. Emily's voiceover reflects her unease. The deeper we dug, the clearer it became. My grandfather wasn't just complicit. He was central to something much bigger and far darker than we'd imagined. The next file contains a series of scanned documents, contracts, letters, and legal agreements. One letter stands out, written by Harrison Wells to Linda's father. John, the accounts are secure, but the authorities are closing in. If this falls apart, we both go down. Make sure Evelyn and the kids know nothing. They can't be implicated. Linda's voice trembles as she reads aloud. He was trying to protect us. Even while he was doing this, he still thought he could shield us from the fallout. Emily places a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder. It doesn't excuse what he did, Mom. But maybe it explains why he kept it all hidden. As they continue exploring the files, they find repeated references to a third name. Carter Blake. Who's Carter Blake? Linda asks, her voice edged with suspicion. Emily types the name into her laptop, pulling up a series of articles. He's a high-profile attorney. He's been tied to several high-profile corruption cases, but he's never been convicted. He represented both Harrison and your father in the past. Linda's eyes flash with determination. If he was involved, he knows something. We need to talk to him. The next morning, Linda and Emily call a family meeting to share their findings. Daniel sits at the edge of the couch, his blue eyes filled with concern, while Evelyn clutches the armrests of her chair, her emerald green eyes darting nervously. Jake leans against the wall, his blonde curls framing a face of disbelief. You're telling me Grandpa was a criminal? Jake asks, his voice rising. Emily nods, her tone calm but firm. He was laundering money, Jake. And he was tied to some very dangerous people. Evelyn's voice trembles. I told you he was involved in things I didn't fully understand. But Carter Blake, I knew he was trouble from the start. Daniel speaks up, his voice edged with fear. Linda, are you sure you want to keep going? This is dangerous. These people don't play by the rules. Linda's voice is resolute. We're already in this, Daniel. We can't stop now. Emily spends the afternoon researching Carter Blake, eventually finding his office address in downtown Houston. Linda calls the number, leaving a cryptic message. This is Linda Harrison. I need to speak with you about Gulfstream Holdings. It's urgent. The camera captures the tense moments as they wait for a callback, Linda pacing the room while Emily checks her phone obsessively. Finally, the phone buzzes. Emily answers, her voice steady. Hello. Carter Blake's deep voice responds. I received your message. Meet me tomorrow at my office. And come alone. The next day, Linda and Emily arrive at a towering glass building in downtown Houston. The camera follows them as they step into a sleek elevator, their reflections mirrored in the polished steel. Carter Blake's office is spacious and intimidating, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city. He is a tall, imposing man in his early 60s, with piercing gray eyes and a perfectly tailored suit. Mrs. Harrison, he says smoothly, motioning for them to sit. What can I do for you? Linda doesn't mince words. We know about Gulfstream Holdings. We know what my father and Harrison Wells were doing. We need to know everything. Blake's expression remains neutral, but his voice is firm. I'm not sure what you think you know, but you're playing a dangerous game. Blake leans forward, his gray eyes locking onto Linda's. Your father and Harrison weren't just laundering money. They were part of a larger network, a network that still exists. And the people in that network will stop at nothing to protect themselves. Linda's voice is steady. Why are you telling us this? If it's so dangerous, why not stay silent? Blake sighs. Because I have nothing left to lose. They've already destroyed my career, my reputation. If exposing them helps bring them down, so be it. But you need to be careful. The closer you get, the more you'll become a target. Blake hands Linda a folder. This has everything I know, names, accounts, meetings. But it's incomplete. The rest is locked in a safe deposit box in Dallas. If you want the full picture, you'll have to retrieve it. Emily's hazel eyes widen. Why can't you get it yourself? Blake's voice is grim. Because if I show up, I won't make it out alive. But they don't know you yet. You have a chance. As Linda and Emily leave Blake's office, the camera captures their tense expressions. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling reflection. We thought we were close to the truth, but the truth was still just out of reach. And now, the next step would take us deeper into a world we didn't understand. A world where the stakes were life and death. The screen fades to black as the faint sound of sirens in the distance adds to the tension. The screen opens with Linda and Emily in the car, driving through a desolate stretch of highway toward Dallas. The early morning sunlight casts a warm glow over the empty road, but the tension inside the vehicle is palpable. Linda grips the steering wheel tightly, her brown eyes focused on the horizon, while Emily scrolls through the notes on her phone, her hazel eyes scanning the details Blake provided. Emily's voiceover begins, tense but determined. Carter Blake gave us the key to the truth, but it came with a warning. The closer we got, the more dangerous it would become. And as much as I wanted to stop, I knew we couldn't turn back. Not now. The camera pans to a map spread out on the dashboard, marked with a red circle around the location of the bank. They pull into the parking lot of a large modern bank nestled in the heart of Dallas. The bustling city around them contrasts sharply with the quiet tension they carry. Emily glances around, her hazel eyes scanning the area for anything, or anyone, suspicious. Are we really doing this? She asks, her voice laced with apprehension. Linda nods, her voice firm. We don't have a choice. If the rest of the puzzle is in that box, we need it. Emily exhales deeply, clutching her bag tightly. All right, let's get it over with. The camera follows Linda and Emily as they enter the bank's pristine lobby, its polished floors gleaming under the bright lights. A security guard eyes them briefly before returning to his post. Linda approaches the front desk, presenting the key Carter Blake had provided. "I'm here to access a safe deposit box," she says calmly, handing over the necessary identification. The clerk nods, typing into the computer. "Right this way, Mrs. Harrison." They are escorted to a private room where the safe deposit boxes are stored. The clerk unlocks the compartment with a master key before stepping out to give them privacy. Linda pulls open the box, her breath catching as she sees its contents. Inside the box is a thick folder filled with documents, a small black ledger, and an unmarked USB drive. Linda and Emily exchange a tense glance before Linda begins flipping through the papers. "These are financial records," Linda murmurs, her brown eyes scanning the pages. "Transactions, account numbers." "This is the missing piece." Emily picks up the black ledger, her fingers trembling as she opens it. Inside are handwritten notes, detailing meetings, deals, and names, many of which match the files they've already uncovered. "This proves everything," Emily whispers. "Your father, Harrison, and Gulfstream, they were running a massive operation. But look." She points to a section labeled Active Associates. "These are current names, people who are still involved." Linda picks up the USB drive, her hands shaking slightly. "This might be the final piece. Let's get out of here and see what's on it." As they begin to pack up the box, Emily notices a small envelope tucked in the corner. She pulls it out, her hazel eyes widening as she reads the single line written on the outside. "For Evelyn Harrison." "Why would this be for Grandma?" Emily asks, her voice trembling. Linda takes the envelope, her expression unreadable. "We'll ask her when we get back. But first, we need to figure out what's on this drive." As they exit the bank, Linda and Emily sense they're being watched. The camera captures their hurried steps toward the car, their eyes darting nervously around the parking lot. A man in a dark suit leans against a black SUV, his gaze fixed on them. "Mom," Emily whispers, gripping Linda's arm. "He's watching us." Linda unlocks the car, her voice steady but urgent. "Get in. Now." They climb into the car and drive away, the SUV following closely behind. Linda takes a series of sharp turns, her brown eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. "We need to lose them," Linda mutters, her hands gripping the wheel tightly. Linda speeds through the city streets, weaving through traffic with precision. Emily clutches the armrest, her breath coming in short gasps as the SUV remains on their tail. "Turn here," Emily shouts, pointing to a narrow alleyway. Linda swerves into the alley, the tires screeching as the SUV struggles to follow. The camera captures the tense chase, the screech of brakes echoing through the tight space. Finally, Linda bursts out onto a main road, losing the SUV in the flow of traffic. They pull into a quiet parking lot, both women breathing heavily. Emily's voiceover reflects their fear. "We knew this wasn't going to be easy, but we hadn't realized just how far these people would go to stop us. And now we were running out of time." Back at a motel, Linda and Emily lock the door behind them and set up Emily's laptop. Linda inserts the USB drive, her brown eyes scanning the screen as the files load. The drive contains video recordings of meetings, implicating not just Harrison and John Harrison but several high-profile individuals. One video shows Harrison speaking directly to Carter Blake. "We have to tie up loose ends. If Evelyn or Linda find out, we're all going down." Emily's hazel eyes widen. They knew Grandma could expose them. That's why they kept her in the dark. Linda's jaw tightens. "But now we have proof. They can't hide anymore." Linda calls Evelyn, her voice urgent. "Mom, we found something. And there's an envelope addressed to you. We're coming back to talk." Evelyn's voice is hesitant but steady. "Be careful, Linda. These people don't play fair." "We know," Linda replies. "But we're not stopping." As Linda and Emily prepare to leave the motel, the camera lingers on the documents spread across the table. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling reflection. "We had everything we needed to expose the truth. But the closer we got, the more dangerous it became. And now, the question wasn't just whether we could uncover the truth. It was whether we'd survive it. The screen fades to black as the sound of distant footsteps echoes ominously, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda and Emily driving back to their hometown. The countryside rolls by, the golden hues of sunset casting long shadows over the road. Linda's hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her brown eyes fixed on the horizon, while Emily reviews the documents and videos they uncovered. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with anticipation. We had the pieces, but the puzzle was far from complete. The envelope addressed to Grandma was the missing link, the final clue to understanding how deeply this web of lies ran. The camera zooms in on the envelope resting in Emily's lap, the words, "For Evelyn Harrison," written in bold, careful script. Linda and Emily arrive at the family home, greeted by Evelyn's anxious expression as she opens the door. Jake and Daniel are already seated in the living room, their postures tense. The camera captures the dim lighting of the room, where the flicker of the fireplace adds a warmth that contrasts with the cold tension in the air. "We found more," Linda announces as she steps inside, holding up the envelope. "And this is for you, Mom." Evelyn's emerald green eyes widen as she takes the envelope. Her hands tremble slightly as she sits down, the rest of the family gathering around her. Evelyn opens the envelope, pulling out a handwritten letter and a faded photograph. The letter is addressed to her, written in her late husband's unmistakable handwriting. "Evelyn, if you're reading this, it means I've failed to protect you and Linda. There are things I've done, terrible things that I can't undo. Harrison and I thought we could control it, but we were wrong. Gulfstream is bigger than either of us, and now they're closing in. I'm sorry for everything. I hope you can forgive me someday." Tears stream down Evelyn's face as she reads aloud, her voice breaking. The family listens in stunned silence, the weight of the confession settling over them like a heavy fog. Emily picks up the photograph, her hazel eyes narrowing as she examines it. It shows Evelyn's husband, Harrison, and several other men standing in front of a building labeled Gulfstream Holdings. "Mom," Emily says, handing the photo to Evelyn. "Do you know who these men are?" Evelyn nods slowly, her voice trembling. "That's Carter Blake, Harrison Wells, and James Thorpe. He was one of John's closest friends." Linda's brown eyes widen. "Thorpe? He's one of the biggest philanthropists in the country. Are you saying he was involved in this?" Evelyn exhales deeply. "Not just involved. He was one of the founders." Emily spreads the documents across the coffee table, connecting names, dates, and transactions with a red marker. The camera captures the family leaning over the table, their faces a mixture of shock and determination. "This isn't just about Gulfstream," Emily explains, pointing to the documents. "It's about a network, a global operation involving politicians, corporations, and banks. And Thorpe is still active." Jake steps forward, his blue eyes blazing. "So what do we do? Go to the police? The media?" Linda shakes her head. "We need to be smart about this. If we go public without solid proof, they'll bury us, and the truth with us." Linda's phone buzzes, the name Carter Blake flashing on the screen. She answers cautiously. "Blake." His voice is urgent. "Linda, you're in danger. They know you have the files. Thorpe's people are watching you." Linda's voice hardens. "Let them watch. We're not stopping." Blake sighs heavily. "You don't understand. These people don't just threaten, they act. If you want to survive, you need to disappear for a while." Linda's voice is resolute. "We're not running. Not anymore." Blake reluctantly offers them a safe house in a remote area, urging them to stay low while they plan their next move. The family packs their belongings quickly, the camera capturing the hurried footsteps, the nervous glances, and the tension simmering between them. The safe house is a small cabin nestled deep in the woods, its rustic exterior contrasting with the modern surveillance equipment inside. As the family settles in, Emily sets up her laptop, pulling up the video files from the USB drive. One video file stands out, labeled Thorpe Meeting Confidential. Emily clicks on it, and the screen displays a grainy recording of Thorpe addressing a group of men, including Harrison and Linda's father. Thorpe's voice is calm but commanding. "We built Gulfstream to create opportunities, not just for ourselves but for those willing to take risks. The authorities can't touch us as long as we stay united. But if anyone betrays this group, they'll regret it." The camera captures Linda's face as she watches, her expression shifting from shock to fury. "He's untouchable," she mutters. But not for long. The family gathers around the table, brainstorming their next move. Linda's voice is steady as she outlines their options. "We take this to the press," she says. "But not just any outlet. One that's willing to take on powerful people like Thorpe." Evelyn interjects, her voice cautious. "And what if they don't believe us? What if Thorpe gets to them first?" Emily nods. "That's a risk, but we can mitigate it. We leak the files anonymously through multiple channels. We make it impossible for them to suppress the story." Jake leans forward, his blue eyes determined. "And if they come after us?" Linda meets his gaze. "We fight back. Together." As the family finalizes their plan, the camera pans to the woods outside the cabin, where a pair of headlights appears in the distance. The screen cuts to black as Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "We had everything we needed to expose the truth, but the truth wasn't ready to be exposed. And now, the question wasn't just whether we'd succeed. It was whether we'd survive long enough to try." The faint sound of footsteps approaching the cabin fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda and Emily driving back to their hometown. The countryside rolls by, the golden hues of sunset casting long shadows over the road. Linda's hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her brown eyes fixed on the horizon, while Emily reviews the documents and videos they uncovered. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with anticipation. "We had the pieces, but the puzzle was far from complete. The envelope addressed to Grandma was the missing link, the final clue to understanding how deeply this web of lies ran." The camera zooms in on the envelope resting in Emily's lap, the words, "For Evelyn Harrison," written in bold, careful script. Linda and Emily arrive at the family home, greeted by Evelyn's anxious expression as she opens the door. Jake and Daniel are already seated in the living room, their postures tense. The camera captures the dim lighting of the room, where the flicker of the fireplace adds a warmth that contrasts with the cold tension in the air. "We found more," Linda announces as she steps inside, holding up the envelope. "And this is for you, Mom." Evelyn's emerald green eyes widen as she takes the envelope. Her hands tremble slightly as she sits down, the rest of the family gathering around her. Evelyn opens the envelope, pulling out a handwritten letter and a faded photograph. The letter is addressed to her, written in her late husband's unmistakable handwriting. "Evelyn, if you're reading this, it means I've failed to protect you and Linda. There are things I've done, terrible things that I can't undo. Harrison and I thought we could control it, but we were wrong. Gulfstream is bigger than either of us, and now they're closing in. I'm sorry for everything. I hope you can forgive me someday." Tears stream down Evelyn's face as she reads aloud, her voice breaking. The family listens in stunned silence, the weight of the confession settling over them like a heavy fog. Emily picks up the photograph, her hazel eyes narrowing as she examines it. It shows Evelyn's husband, Harrison, and several other men standing in front of a building labeled Gulfstream Holdings. "Mom," Emily says, handing the photo to Evelyn. "Do you know who these men are?" Evelyn nods slowly, her voice trembling. "That's Carter Blake, Harrison Wells, and James Thorpe. He was one of John's closest friends." Linda's brown eyes widen. "Thorpe? He's one of the biggest philanthropists in the country. Are you saying he was involved in this?" Evelyn exhales deeply. "Not just involved. He was one of the founders." Emily spreads the documents across the coffee table, connecting names, dates, and transactions with a red marker. The camera captures the family leaning over the table, Their faces a mixture of shock and determination. This isn't just about Gulfstream, Emily explains, pointing to the documents. It's about a network, a global operation involving politicians, corporations, and banks. And Thorpe is still active. Jake steps forward, his blue eyes blazing. So what do we do? Go to the police. The media. Linda shakes her head. We need to be smart about this. If we go public without solid proof, they'll bury us, and the truth with us. Linda's phone buzzes, the name Carter Blake flashing on the screen. She answers cautiously. Blake. His voice is urgent. Linda, you're in danger. They know you have the files. Thorpe's people are watching you. Linda's voice hardens. Let them watch. We're not stopping. Blake sighs heavily. You don't understand. These people don't just threaten, they act. If you want to survive, you need to disappear for a while. Linda's voice is resolute. We're not running. Not anymore. Blake reluctantly offers them a safe house in a remote area, urging them to stay low while they plan their next move. The family packs their belongings quickly, the camera capturing the hurried footsteps, the nervous glances, and the tension simmering between them. The safe house is a small cabin nestled deep in the woods, its rustic exterior contrasting with the modern surveillance equipment inside. As the family settles in, Emily sets up her laptop, pulling up the video files from the USB drive. One video file stands out, labeled Thorpe Meeting Confidential. Emily clicks on it, and the screen displays a grainy recording of Thorpe addressing a group of men, including Harrison and Linda's father. Thorpe's voice is calm but commanding. We built Gulfstream to create opportunities, not just for ourselves but for those willing to take risks. The authorities can't touch us as long as we stay united. But if anyone betrays this group, they'll regret it. The camera captures Linda's face as she watches, her expression shifting from shock to fury. He's untouchable, she mutters. But not for long. The family gathers around the table, brainstorming their next move. Linda's voice is steady as she outlines their options. We take this to the press, she says. But not just any outlet, one that's willing to take on powerful people like Thorpe. Evelyn interjects, her voice cautious. And what if they don't believe us? What if Thorpe gets to them first? Emily nods. That's a risk, but we can mitigate it. We leak the files anonymously through multiple channels. We make it impossible for them to suppress the story. Jake leans forward, his blue eyes determined. And if they come after us? Linda meets his gaze. We fight back. Together. As the family finalizes their plan, the camera pans to the woods outside the cabin, where a pair of headlights appears in the distance. The screen cuts to black as Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. We had everything we needed to expose the truth, but the truth wasn't ready to be exposed. And now, the question wasn't just whether we'd succeed. It was whether we'd survive long enough to try. The faint sound of footsteps approaching the cabin fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda and Emily driving through the quiet streets of a small town. The early morning fog clings to the ground, giving the surroundings an eerie atmosphere. Linda's hands grip the steering wheel tightly, her brown eyes scanning the road ahead. Emily sits beside her, holding a messenger bag filled with files and the USB drives. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with anticipation and unease. We were heading into the unknown. The journalists said they could help us, but trust wasn't something we could afford anymore. Every step we took felt like walking a tightrope, and below us was nothing but darkness. The camera pans to a sign for a small coffee shop, its neon lights flickering in the mist. Linda parks the car a short distance from the coffee shop, its windows glowing softly in the dim morning light. A handful of patrons sit inside, sipping coffee and typing on laptops, oblivious to the storm brewing just outside. Do you think they're already here? Emily asks, her hazel eyes scanning the parking lot. Linda nods, her voice calm but firm. If they're legitimate, they'll already have a spot picked out. If not, she doesn't finish the thought, her eyes narrowing as she grips the handle of her bag. Linda and Emily step inside, the bell above the door chiming softly. The warm smell of roasted coffee beans and fresh pastries contrasts with the tension hanging in the air. A tall man in his 40s with a neatly trimmed beard waves them over from a corner booth. His laptop is open, and a steaming cup of coffee sits in front of him. "Linda Harrison?" he asks, standing as they approach. Linda nods, extending a hand. "You must be Peter." Peter nods, his expression serious. "Thank you for coming. Please sit down. We don't have much time." Linda and Emily sit across from Peter, their posture guarded. Emily places the bag on the table, her hazel eyes scanning the room for anything suspicious. Peter notices her caution and speaks calmly. "I get it, you don't trust me. That's good. You shouldn't. But I can assure you I'm here to help. My editor and I have been investigating Gulfstream for years, but we've never had enough to take them down. If what you've brought is as damning as you say, this could change everything." Linda's voice is steady but skeptical. "How do we know you're not working for them?" Peter leans back, his expression grim. "Because if I were, you wouldn't have made it through that door." Emily pulls out the USB drives and places them on the table. "This has video recordings, financial records, and emails tying Gulfstream and its associates to money laundering and corruption. It's everything you need to expose them." Peter picks up one of the drives, examining it closely. "Do you have backups?" Linda nods. "Multiple. And they're in safe places. If anything happens to us, this story still gets out." Peter's lips curl into a faint smile. "Smart. Very smart." As Peter plugs the drive into his laptop, a black SUV pulls into the parking lot outside. The camera captures Linda's sharp glance toward the window, her brown eyes narrowing. "Emily," she says softly, "we've got company." Peter looks up, his expression darkening. "Did anyone follow you?" Linda shakes her head. "We were careful. But they've been watching us for weeks." Emily's voice trembles slightly. "What do we do now?" Peter closes his laptop, his voice firm. "We need to move. If they're here, it's not just to watch." The three of them exit the coffee shop through a back door, stepping into a narrow alley. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes behind them, growing louder with each passing second. Linda clutches the bag tightly, her voice urgent. "Where's your car?" Peter points toward the end of the alley. "Around the corner. Follow me." The camera captures the tension as they sprint toward the car, the shadows of their pursuers growing closer. Emily glances back, her hazel eyes wide with fear. Peter's car is a nondescript sedan, parked on the side of the road. The group piles in quickly, Linda sitting in the front seat while Emily scrambles into the back. "Hold on," Peter says, starting the car and pulling onto the road. The black SUV from the coffee shop appears in the rearview mirror, its headlights glaring. Peter accelerates, weaving through the quiet streets as the SUV gives chase. Emily's voiceover reflects the rising tension. This wasn't just about exposing the truth anymore. It was about survival. And we were barely staying one step ahead. Peter turns sharply onto a side street, the tires screeching as he navigates through a maze of alleys and side roads. The SUV struggles to keep up, its driver misjudging a turn and slamming into a dumpster. "We lost them," Peter says, his voice tense but relieved. Linda exhales deeply, her grip on the bag loosening slightly. "Now. But they'll be back." The trio pulls into an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts of town. Peter shuts off the engine and turns to Linda and Emily. "We need to act fast," he says. "If they know we've met, they'll do everything they can to stop us from publishing this." Emily nods, her hazel eyes filled with determination. "What do you need from us?" Peter pulls out his laptop. "I'll upload the files to a secure server and send them to my editor. Once it's out, there's no turning back." The camera captures the tension as Peter uploads the files, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Linda and Emily watch silently, their faces a mix of fear and resolve. Finally, Peter looks up, his expression serious. "It's done. The files are on their way. Now we wait. As the group prepares to leave, the sound of tires screeching echoes in the distance. The camera pans to the headlights of multiple vehicles approaching the parking lot. Linda's voice trembles as she speaks. They found us. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. The truth was finally out, but the fight was far from over. And now, it wasn't just about exposing Gulfstream. It was about staying alive long enough to see justice served. The screen fades to black as the sound of car doors slamming fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda, Emily, and Peter running through a shadowy alley, the faint hum of engines and hurried footsteps echoing behind them. The camera captures their hurried breaths and darting glances as they navigate the narrow pathways, illuminated by dim streetlights. Emily's voiceover begins, tense and breathless. The files were out, but so were they. We had exposed Gulfstream, but now we were exposed. And the fallout was coming faster than we could run. Peter leads them to a hidden service door, opening it quickly and ushering Linda and Emily inside. The door slams shut behind them, muffling the approaching footsteps. Inside, the trio finds themselves in an old, abandoned warehouse. The cavernous space is dimly lit by flickering fluorescent lights, with rows of rusted machinery and stacks of forgotten crates creating a maze of cover. Peter pulls out his phone, his voice urgent. "We can't stay here long. They'll search the whole area once they realize we're not in the parking lot." Linda leans against a crate, her brown eyes scanning the room. "Do you have anywhere safe we can go?" Peter nods. "I have a safe house nearby. But we'll need to move fast." As Peter speaks, Emily's phone vibrates in her pocket. She hesitates before pulling it out, her hazel eyes widening as she reads the notifications. "Mom," she says, her voice trembling. "It's already happening. The files are online. News outlets are picking up the story." Linda steps closer, peering at the screen. Headlines flash across Emily's phone. Gulfstream exposed. The billion-dollar corruption scandal. Whistleblower files reveal shocking truth about high-profile figure. Peter glances at the screen, his expression grim. "That's good. Means we're winning. But it also means they'll come at us harder." As they leave the warehouse, the camera shifts to news coverage of the scandal. A polished news anchor speaks with urgency. Breaking news. A massive leak of documents has implicated several high-profile individuals in a money laundering scheme tied to Gulfstream Holdings. Sources say this may be one of the largest financial scandals in recent history. Clips of protesters outside government buildings flash across the screen, followed by interviews with shocked citizens and statements from Gulfstream representatives denying all allegations. Emily's voiceover reflects the weight of their actions. "We had done it. The world knew the truth. But it wasn't just the guilty who were affected. It was everyone connected to them." Back at the family's safe house, Evelyn watches the news with trembling hands. Her emerald green eyes are filled with fear as the anchors discuss her late husband's role in the scandal. Jake sits beside her, his blue eyes darting between the screen and his grandmother's face. "Grandma, are you okay?" Jake asks, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. Evelyn nods slowly, her voice trembling. "I knew this day would come. I just didn't think it would happen like this." Jake's voice is firm. "We're going to get through this. Together." Meanwhile, Linda, Emily, and Peter reach the safe house, a small, nondescript apartment hidden in a quiet neighborhood. As they settle in, Peter's phone buzzes. He answers, his face darkening as he listens. "What is it?" Linda asks, her voice tense. Peter hangs up, his expression grim. "Thorpe's lawyers just filed an injunction to suppress the files. They're claiming they're fabricated and threatening legal action against anyone who publishes them." Linda's brown eyes flash with anger. "They're trying to bury it. They think they can control the narrative." Peter nods. "They've done it before. But this time we have too much evidence. They can't hide forever." The camera cuts to scenes of public outcry. Protests erupting in front of Gulfstream's headquarters, hashtags trending on social media, and citizens demanding accountability from the implicated figures. Emily scrolls through her phone, reading comments from people who are furious, heartbroken, and desperate for justice. "This is bigger than us now," she says, her voice filled with awe. "People are finally seeing the truth." Linda nods, her voice calm but determined. "That's what we wanted. Now we just have to make sure it sticks." As the family watches the fallout unfold, their enemies strike back. A late-night phone call interrupts their quiet moment. Linda answers, her voice cautious. "Hello." A cold, anonymous voice replies. "You think you've won? This isn't over. If you don't back off, you'll regret it." The line goes dead, leaving Linda gripping the phone tightly. Emily's hazel eyes fill with worry. "Who was it?" Linda sets the phone down, her voice firm. "A warning. But they're the ones who should be scared." The next day, Linda and Emily wake up to breaking news. Thorpe has been arrested. The camera captures Linda's shocked but satisfied expression as she watches the announcement on television. The news anchor reports, James Thorpe, a prominent philanthropist and businessman, has been taken into custody following the release of documents tying him to Gulfstream Holdings. Authorities are investigating several other individuals implicated in the scandal. Peter arrives at the safe house, his expression triumphant. This is it. Thorpe's arrest is just the beginning. The rest of them will fall like dominoes. As the family celebrates their small victory, the camera pans to a shadowy figure watching the safe house from a distance. The faint glow of a cigarette illuminates the figure's face before they turn and disappear into the darkness. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of caution. "We had won a battle, but the war was far from over. And the enemies we had exposed weren't going down without a fight." The screen fades to black as the sound of distant sirens grows louder, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda pacing inside the safe house's small living room, her brown eyes blazing with determination. Peter sits at the dining table, his laptop open, fingers flying over the keyboard as he reads through updates on the Gulfstream fallout. Emily leans against the window, peeking through the blinds, her hazel eyes scanning the quiet street outside. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with tension and resolve. "We had landed our first blow, but the fight was far from over. Thorpe's arrest was a victory, but the people behind him were still out there, regrouping, planning their next move. And we knew they wouldn't go down without striking back." The camera pans to a television in the corner, where breaking news updates flash across the screen. The television anchor's voice is steady but urgent. As James Thorpe faces charges, calls for further investigations into Gulfstream Holdings and its associates grow louder. Protesters outside government buildings are demanding transparency and accountability, but sources suggest more players in the network remain unidentified. Emily turns to Linda, her voice filled with worry. "They're already trying to spin the narrative. If the rest of the network goes underground, we might lose our chance to expose them all." Linda stops pacing, her expression sharp. "Then we need to keep the pressure on. We can't let them disappear." Peter's phone buzzes, breaking the tense silence. He glances at the screen, his expression darkening. "I just got word from my editor. Gulfstream's legal team is claiming the files were fabricated. They're trying to discredit us." Emily crosses her arms, her hazel eyes narrowing. "They're doubling down. They think they can control the story." Peter nods grimly. "And if they succeed, Thorpe will walk, and the rest of them will stay hidden." Linda's voice is steady but fierce. "Then we don't give them that chance. We go after the rest of the network." The camera captures the trio as they gather around Peter's laptop, analyzing the files they leaked. Emily points to a list of names in one of the documents. "These names," she says, her voice sharp. "They're all tied to Gulfstream, but we haven't seen them in the media yet. If we can find out who they are and what roles they played, we can expose them too." Linda leans over the table, her brown eyes scanning the list. "Thorpe was just the face. These people are the backbone. If we take them down, the whole operation collapses." Peter nods, his fingers flying over the keyboard. I'll start running background checks. But if these people are as powerful as Thorpe, they'll have layers of protection. Back at the family's safe house, Evelyn sits with Jake, her emerald green eyes filled with worry. She clutches the letter from her late husband, her voice trembling as she speaks. Linda needs to be careful, she says softly. These people have connections everywhere. They won't just threaten her. They'll come after all of us. Jake's blue eyes narrow, his voice firm. Then we need to be ready. If they come for us, we fight back. Evelyn shakes her head. Fighting them isn't enough. We need to protect each other. Family is the only thing we have left. As Peter continues his search, an encrypted email arrives on his laptop. The sender is anonymous, but the subject line reads, "I have what you're looking for." Peter clicks on the email cautiously, his expression tense as he reads the message. "I know the names you're searching for. I can give you what you need, but we need to meet. Tomorrow midnight. The abandoned train yard on Route 15. Linda's brow furrows as she reads over Peter's shoulder. It could be a trap. Peter nods. Or it could be our next lead. Either way, we can't ignore it. The camera captures Linda, Emily, and Peter driving through the empty streets toward the train yard. The night is dark, the only light coming from their car's headlights as they cut through the misty air. Emily's voiceover reflects her unease. Every step forward felt like walking into a trap. But we couldn't stop. Not when we were this close. The train yard is desolate, rusted tracks and abandoned cars casting long shadows in the moonlight. The trio steps out of the car cautiously, their eyes scanning the darkness. A figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured by a hood. The camera captures the tension as Linda steps forward, her brown eyes locked on the stranger. "Who are you?" Linda demands, her voice steady. The figure speaks, their voice low and calm. "Someone who wants to see Gulfstream fall." They hand Linda a sealed envelope. Inside are names, addresses, and account numbers. "But be careful. Once you use this, there's no going back." Emily takes the envelope, her hazel eyes wide. "Why are you helping us?" The figure pauses. "Because someone helped me once. Now I'm repaying the favor." Back at the safe house, the family gathers around the dining table as Linda opens the envelope. Inside are detailed dossiers on key players in the Gulfstream network, along with a map of offshore accounts and instructions for accessing them. Emily's voice trembles as she reads, "This is everything we need. We can take down the entire network." Jake leans forward, his blue eyes blazing. "Then let's do it. Let's finish this." Linda places a hand on his shoulder, her voice calm but firm. "We will. But we have to be smart. One wrong move, and they'll bury us before we can bury them." As the family begins planning their next move, the camera pans to a small surveillance device hidden in a corner of the room. A red light blinks ominously as the screen fades to black. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. "We had the power to destroy them, but they were still watching, waiting. And the next move they made could be our last." The faint sound of static fills the silence as the screen fades completely to black, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with Linda, Emily, Peter, and the rest of the family gathered around the dining table in the safe house. The dossiers and maps from the mysterious envelope are spread out in front of them. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint hum of a portable fan in the corner. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with tension and resolve. "We had everything we needed to bring them down, the names, the accounts, the evidence. But having the truth wasn't enough. Now we needed a plan to make sure it couldn't be buried, no matter what they did." The camera zooms in on Linda's determined expression as she scans the documents. Peter stands, pointing to the map of offshore accounts pinned to the wall. "This is where their money is hidden. If we can access these accounts and freeze their assets, we'll cripple their operation. But it's going to take precision, and a lot of luck." Linda crosses her arms, her brown eyes narrowing. "What about the key players? If we freeze their accounts but don't expose their identities, they'll just find a new way to operate. Emily leans forward, her hazel eyes scanning the list of names. We release everything at once. The names, the accounts, the transactions. We hit them so hard they can't recover. Jake speaks up from the corner, his blue eyes filled with skepticism. And how do we do that without them stopping us? They're watching us, remember. Peter taps his laptop. We create a timed release. I can program the files to upload to multiple platforms simultaneously. Media outlets, government agencies, even social media. Once it's triggered, there's no way to stop it. Evelyn, sitting quietly in the corner, speaks softly but firmly. But what happens to us? If they know we're behind this, they'll come for us. Linda places a reassuring hand on her mother's shoulder. We'll be ready, Mom. We've come too far to let them scare us now. Peter sets up his laptop in the center of the table, the screen displaying a countdown timer. Once I start the upload process, we'll have exactly 24 hours to finalize everything. After that, the files go live. Emily's voiceover reflects the gravity of the moment. It felt like a ticking bomb. 24 hours to change the world, or to lose everything we'd worked for. The family watches as Peter presses a button, starting the timer. The faint sound of a clock ticking fills the silence. As the timer begins, Linda's phone buzzes. She answers cautiously, her brown eyes narrowing as she listens. It's Harrison, she says, her voice sharp. He wants to meet. Says he has information we'll need. Jake frowns, his voice filled with suspicion. And we're just supposed to trust him now. After everything he's done. Linda's expression hardens. We don't have to trust him. But if he knows something that can help us, we can't ignore it. Peter nods reluctantly. But you can't go alone. I'll come with you. Linda and Peter meet Harrison in an upscale hotel lobby. Its sleek modern design contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. Harrison sits in a corner booth, his sharp blue eyes scanning the room as they approach. Linda, he says smoothly, motioning for them to sit. I wasn't sure you'd come. Linda sits across from him, her voice cold. What do you want, Harrison? If this is another attempt to manipulate us, save your breath. Harrison leans forward, his expression serious. It's not. I want the same thing you do, to bring them down. But there's something you don't know. Thorpe wasn't the top of the chain. There's someone else, someone bigger. Harrison slides a small notebook across the table. This has everything you need to find him. His name, his connections, everything. But be careful. He's more dangerous than Thorpe ever was. Linda picks up the notebook, her brown eyes narrowing. Why are you giving us this? Harrison's voice softens. Because I've done terrible things, Linda. Things I can't undo. But maybe I can help you make things right. Back at the safe house, Linda and Peter share the new information with the family. Emily quickly searches the name from the notebook. Victor Kane. Her hazel eyes widen as she reads. He's one of the most powerful men in the world. Philanthropist, CEO, political donor. He has connections everywhere. Linda's voice is steady but firm. Then we have to expose him too. If he's the one pulling the strings, he can't be allowed to get away. Peter adjusts the timer on his laptop. We'll add the new information to the files. But it's going to cut it close. We'll need every second to make this work. As the family works, the safe house's power suddenly cuts out. The room plunges into darkness, and the faint hum of a generator kicks in moments later. Jake rushes to the window, his blue eyes narrowing. They're here. Linda grabs the notebook and the files, her voice sharp. Everyone stay together. We can't let them take this. Emily's voiceover reflects the mounting danger. They weren't just watching anymore. They were coming for us. And we were running out of time. The camera captures the family barricading the doors and windows, their movements quick and deliberate. Peter works frantically on his laptop, ensuring the upload process remains uninterrupted. Outside, the faint sound of footsteps grows louder, followed by a sharp knock at the door. A cold voice calls out, "We know you're in there. Hand over the files, and no one gets hurt." Linda steps forward, her voice steady but fierce. "We're not giving you anything." The camera zooms in on the countdown timer on Peter's laptop. 6 hours 43 minutes and 21 seconds. The tension in the room is palpable as the footsteps outside grow louder, and the sound of tools against the door echoes through the house. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. We were so close. But now, the question wasn't whether the files would go live. It was whether we'd survive long enough to see it happen. The screen fades to black as the sound of the door cracking fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with the camera fixed on Peter's laptop timer, the countdown reading 6 hours 42 minutes and 57 seconds. The faint sound of tools scraping against the door grows louder as the family gathers in the dimly lit room. The tension is palpable, with Linda standing near the door, clutching a heavy flashlight like a weapon, her brown eyes sharp and focused. Emily sits by Peter, her hazel eyes darting between the files on his laptop and the timer ticking down. Emily's voiceover begins, filled with dread and determination. We were in the final stretch. The files were almost ready to go live, but they were coming for us. And now, it wasn't just about exposing the truth. It was about surviving long enough to see it happen. Peter types furiously on his laptop, his expression tense. They're trying to jam the signal. If they succeed, the upload won't go through. Emily leans in, her voice urgent. What can we do to stop them? Peter's hands don't pause as he speaks. I'm rerouting through a secure server. It'll slow them down, but it's not foolproof. We need to buy more time. Linda glances at the timer, her voice firm. We'll hold them off. Just keep working. Jake and Daniel move furniture to block the door as the tools scraping outside turn to loud bangs. Evelyn sits in the corner, clutching the letter from her late husband, her emerald green eyes filled with fear. Jake's blue eyes narrow as he picks up a wooden bat. If they break through, we're not going down without a fight. Linda places a hand on his shoulder. Stay calm, Jake. We need to be smart. We're not here to fight them. We're here to finish what we started. A loud crash echoes through the room as the front door splinters open. The camera captures masked figures dressed in black storming into the house, their movements swift and deliberate. Linda steps forward, her voice steady but fierce. You don't want to do this. Turn around and leave. One of the intruders steps closer, his voice cold. Hand over the files, and no one gets hurt. Linda doesn't flinch. You're too late. The files are already in the system. Even if you take us out, the truth will get out. The family forms a defensive line in front of Peter and Emily, who continue working on the laptop. The camera captures the intruders hesitating, their leader glancing at a small device in his hand. Linda notices the hesitation, her voice sharp. You're scared. You know what's in those files. If they get out, your entire operation crumbles. The leader's jaw tightens, his voice low. You don't understand what you're up against. This isn't just about money. It's about power. Emily's voice cuts through the tension. Mom, they're trying to override the system. If they succeed, they'll wipe everything. Peter glances at the intruders, his voice urgent. We need to distract them. If I can keep the system running for another 20 minutes, the files will upload automatically. Linda nods, her brown eyes locking onto the leader. Do whatever it takes, Peter. We'll handle this. The camera captures a chaotic scene as the family clashes with the intruders. Jake swings his bat, blocking one of the masked figures from reaching the laptop, while Daniel wrestles another to the ground. Linda uses the flashlight to fend off a third, her movements quick and precise. Evelyn remains in the corner, clutching the letter tightly, her voice trembling as she whispers a prayer. Emily's voiceover reflects the chaos. Everything we'd done, everything we'd fought for, it all came down to this moment. And we couldn't afford to lose. As the fight rages, Emily grabs a second laptop and begins transferring the files to a hidden backup server. Her hazel eyes flick between the screens, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Peter notices her actions, his voice low. Good thinking. If they destroy this system, we'll still have a way to finish the job. Emily nods, her voice determined. They're not taking us down. Not now. One of the intruders breaks through the family's defense, reaching for Peter's laptop. Linda tackles him to the ground, her voice sharp. Not today. The intruder drops a small device onto the table, a red light blinking ominously. Emily's eyes widen as she realizes what it is. It's a jammer, she shouts. They're trying to kill the signal. Peter grabs the device, his voice urgent. I can disable it, but I need time. The camera alternates between Peter working frantically on the jammer and the family holding off the intruders. The timer on the laptop reads 5 hours 21 minutes and 36 seconds, the seconds ticking down relentlessly. Emily's voiceover reflects the stakes. We weren't just fighting them anymore. We were fighting time. And every second felt like an eternity. As the timer reaches 5 hours and 10 minutes, the leader of the intruders receives a call on his earpiece. He curses under his breath before signaling his team to retreat. Linda steps forward, her voice steady but cold. Running already. Tell your bosses they've lost. The leader glares at her, his voice low. This isn't over. The intruders disappear into the night, leaving the family battered but victorious. Peter finishes disabling the jammer, his hands trembling as he sets it aside. The signal's back. The upload is secure. Emily exhales deeply, her hazel eyes filled with relief. We did it. They couldn't stop us. Linda places a hand on Peter's shoulder, her voice calm. Good work. But we're not done yet. The camera pans to the laptop screen, where the timer now reads 4 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds. The family gathers around, their faces a mix of exhaustion and resolve. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a chilling thought. We had won this battle, but the war was far from over. And as the clock ticked down, we knew the final hour would test us in ways we couldn't imagine. The screen fades to black as the sound of distant sirens fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense. The screen opens with a close-up of Peter's laptop screen, where the timer now reads 4 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds. The room is dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of the laptop and the scattered papers around the table. The family gathers nearby, their faces etched with exhaustion but also resolve. The faint sound of sirens grows louder in the background, heightening the tension. Emily's voiceover begins, steady yet foreboding. The files were safe, the upload was secured, and the clock was ticking. But we knew that in the final hour, anything could happen. And we weren't ready for what came next. Peter types rapidly on his laptop, his face illuminated by the screen. I've set the files to upload in layers. The most damning evidence will go live in the final moments. That's when they'll panic the most. Emily leans over his shoulder, her hazel eyes scanning the screen. And the backup? Peter nods. It's in place. Even if they destroy this system, the files will still go public. Linda stands near the door, her brown eyes fixed on the darkened street outside. Then we stay vigilant. If they come back, we need to be ready. Linda's phone vibrates on the table, the sudden noise breaking the tense silence. She picks it up cautiously, her voice steady. Hello. A familiar voice responds, calm but urgent. Linda, it's Harrison. I heard what happened. They know you're still alive and they're desperate. You need to be prepared. Linda's brow furrows. Prepared for what? What else could they possibly do? Harrison's voice drops. They're not just coming for the files, they're coming for you. You've become the loose end they can't afford. Linda ends the call and turns to the group, her voice calm but firm. We need to tighten security. They're not done with us yet. Jake nods, his blue eyes flashing with determination. I'll take the first watch. If anyone so much as sets foot near this place, I'll know. Evelyn, clutching her late husband's letter, speaks softly. They've underestimated us. But we can't underestimate them. Emily's voiceover reflects the rising tension. We weren't just fighting for the truth anymore. We were fighting for our lives. And the clock was still ticking. As the timer ticks closer to 4 hours, news alerts flood Emily's phone. She scrolls through the notifications, her hazel eyes widening. "Mom, look at this," she says, holding up her phone. The camera cuts to headlines flashing across the screen. Gulf Stream leak. New evidence suggests massive conspiracy. Global leaders scramble as scandal deepen. Anonymous whistleblowers spark public outrage worldwide. Peter glances at the phone. His expression grim. This is what we wanted. But it's also what they feared the most. They'll stop at nothing to silence us now. A knock at the door sends the room into silence. Linda motions for everyone to stay back as she approaches cautiously, flashlight in hand. "Who is it?" she calls, her voice steady. "It's me," a voice responds. "Harrison." Linda opens the door slightly, her brown eyes narrowing as she peers out. Harrison steps inside, his sharp blue eyes scanning the room. "I had to come," he says quickly. "There's something I didn't tell you earlier. Something that could change everything." Harrison pulls out a small envelope and hands it to Linda. Inside is proof of Victor Kane's direct involvement in the Gulfstream network. He's the mastermind, the one pulling all the strings. But exposing him won't be easy. Linda opens the envelope, revealing photographs and handwritten notes. Her brown eyes widen as she scans the evidence. This could bring him down." Harrison nods. "Could. But it also puts you in more danger than ever. Kane won't let this go." The group gathers around the table, studying the new evidence. Emily points to the timer on Peter's laptop. "We still have time to add this to the upload. But if we do, we'll be painting an even bigger target on ourselves." Jake's voice is firm. "We're already targets. If this takes Kane down, it's worth the risk." Linda nods, her voice steady. "We didn't come this far to hold back now. Add it to the files." Peter begins typing, his fingers moving quickly over the keyboard. As the timer reaches 2 hours, the tension in the room is almost unbearable. Emily watches the screen intently, her hazel eyes darting between the files and the timer. "Everything's in place," Peter says, his voice steady. "Once the timer hits 0, the files will upload automatically to every major outlet." Linda glances at the door, her voice calm but firm. "Then we just have to hold on until then." Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching outside shatters the quiet. The family rushes to the windows, peering out into the darkness. "They're back," Jake says, his voice tense. Masked figures emerge from a convoy of black SUVs, their movements swift and coordinated. Linda grabs the flashlight, her brown eyes narrowing. "Get ready. This is it." The intruders attempt to breach the safe house, but the family fights back with everything they have. Jake and Daniel barricade the doors while Linda and Emily work to protect Peter's laptop. Evelyn sits in the corner, clutching the letter and whispering a quiet prayer. Emily's voiceover reflects the chaos. This was the final battle, the moment everything came down to. And we couldn't afford to lose. As the timer ticks down to midnight, the laptop screen flashes, indicating the files have uploaded successfully. A moment of stunned silence fills the room before Peter announces, "It's done. The world knows the truth." Linda exhales deeply, her brown eyes softening. "We did it." The camera pans to the family standing together in the aftermath of the attack. The room is in disarray, but their expressions are resolute. Outside, the sound of sirens grows louder as the authorities arrive. Emily's voiceover ends the subpart with a note of reflection. "The truth was out, but the fight wasn't over. Because for every secret we exposed, there were others still hidden. And now, we had to face the consequences of what we had unleashed." The screen fades to black as the sound of approaching footsteps fills the silence, leaving viewers in suspense.